2, 1.
Good evening. Welcome to the February 3rd City Council meeting. I am Jim Nash. I am the City Council President, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. Tonight, we are operating once again under our new rules, and we will be doing things a little different than in previous years. We will first convene the meeting before we take public comment. I now call the City Council to order. City Clerk Powers, can you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Counselor Elkins.
Present.
Counselor Foster.
Present.
Counselor Gore.
Present.
Counselor Jarrett.
Here.
Counselor Laberge.
Here.
Counselor Maori.
Here.
Counselor Moulton.
Present.
Counselor Nash.
Here.
Counselor Perry.
Here and present.
Okay, everybody's here. That's great.
Counselor
Now,
Nash?
yes,
Could you put co-host beside my name, please?
yes, I will take care of that.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Not a problem.
Okay. Now that we are convened, we will take public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature. The raise hand feature is in the bottom menu bar under reactions. If you are calling by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. If you are having trouble raising your hand, you may use the chat feature to send a message to me. To ensure equal access, and because of the open meeting law, technical problems such as not being able to raise your hand are the only thing the chat function is used for, and the chat function will only be available during public comment. Oh yeah, I am sorry. Let's hit record. And Karen, can you enable transcripts?
It shows to me that it's been enabled.
Okay, all right, great. We cannot accept comment over chat, private chat, or chat only visible on Zoom during a public meeting is antithetical to an open public process in violation of the council rules for public participation and violates the spirits and potentially the law of open meeting law. If you want to submit a written public comment, please email it to citycouncil@northampton.gov, and it will be sent to all councilors and will be part of the public record. I will unmute each raised hand in the order raised to make a comment. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. To ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, the council limits comments to 2 minutes. You are in no way obligated to use the full 2 minutes, but if you do, after 2 minutes, I will ask you to please finish your sentence. Tonight, we will also be trying out a new timer, which will appear in the Zoom screen to help track the 2 minutes. We have heard from Mayor Shera in the past it hasn't been effective. So if it's not, we will disable it. According to council rules, we do not respond during public comment as it is your time to speak. So while your comments should be directed to us, you will understand when we don't respond. Our rules also state that councilors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. Your protected speech is a constitutional right and one that we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and with recognition that the public space that grants you that freedom is shared equally by everyone. Also, according to open meeting law, if someone is disrupting a meeting, they may be removed. You may speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be on an item on the agenda. I ask that all but the council turn off your video until called upon. Only the person recognized has the floor, and all comments are to be directed to the council. The meeting can also be watched on Channel 15 or by streaming it on Northampton Open Media's YouTube and other platforms. So we will now open public comment. And the first person on the list is Christina. And we'll see if we can get Christina here.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Hi,
You
thank
have the
you.
floor.
Good evening, council members and members of the public. My name is Christina Carvalho, and I am a resident of Brookline, Massachusetts. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight in support of the resolution calling on student debt cancellation by executive order. I am the Policy and Community Organizing Director at Zero Debt Massachusetts. We are a grassroots organization of intergenerational activists fighting for student borrowers protection, the cancellation of student debt, reinvestment in higher ed in Massachusetts, and an overall debt-free higher ed system. So our mission is to organize and amplify the voices and leadership of those most disproportionately impacted by the burden of student debt, which includes students of color, low income and middle class students, first-gen college students like myself, and students in rural communities. So specifically in Massachusetts right now, there's over 870,000 student loan borrowers holding a total of $35.9 billion in student debt, making the monthly average about $400 a month. And since the pandemic has begun, there's been a 40% increase in Massachusetts older adults and seniors owing debt as well. So canceling the second highest household debt would do wonders for the Massachusetts residents. It would allow households to put money towards stimulating and boosting their local economies. And a lot of life milestones that have been delayed would get to be people would get to do these things such as starting their own families, owning their home. It's time to rectify this economic, racial, and gender justice issue. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing and tolerating that bell. Okay, next up is S. Clark Bankert.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Clark, and I am a resident currently of East Hampton. I'm actually here tonight in my capacity as the Senior Manager of Community Inclusion Strategies at the Collaborative for Educational Services. And I just want to voice my support for the resolution to form a select committee to study barriers to service on city boards and commissions. So the reason I support this is because I work on an initiative we are calling Redesigning Power Structures. Our goal is to increase representation and power in decision-making for people most impacted by health inequities. And I am aware of many conversations over the years with regards to the need to increase equity and inclusion for people on boards and committees in Northampton. I have been a part of some of those conversations. And in my work at CES and Healthy Hampshire, we have heard over and over again how important financial and other types of support are to people's ability to be involved in initiatives, over time, over the long term. I have seen firsthand how that support can help people feel honored in their service and able to more fully participate in programs. So I really hope that this committee, if formed, will be able to tackle some tough questions, such as, do people from historically marginalized or underrepresented groups in Northampton have what they need in order to serve? If they do choose to serve, and if not, what do they need? What do the people who already serve benefit from? And how can we provide those same supports or advantages to everyone? What duty do we have to address historical and current marginalization of certain groups? How can we support people's service and see it as part of building a positive career around public service and civic engagement? And finally, how can we redesign our power structures so they actually serve everyone? If the committee is created, I look forward to forming a partnership of some kind and to explore these questions. Thank you for taking my comment tonight.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Kathy McNally.
Hi, everybody. It's Kathy McNally. I am in Ward 1, Northampton, and I'm writing because I'm super duper concerned about the proposal to get the WatchGuard surveillance technology. I hope that you will be Northampton's WatchGuard City Council and vote to delay. I think it's clear you need more study. I've learned a lot from reading a lot in the past several days about police technology and the way that police accountability benefit is really overstated, and the peril to our privacy and to already obscenely over-policed Black and brown people is dangerously understated. I believe it's more than just a simple upgrade, a replacement, nothing to see here, folks, routine budget issue. We know that police surveillance technology is exploding faster than regulations can keep up. You can see this, and if you just Google surveillance technology and regulations, you'll see the issue. We understand that data can be misused for purposes the approvers, you guys tonight, never would intend. That's why I think a vote tonight to approve it is premature, unnecessary, and inconscious. I'm particularly concerned, though, that the city, even though we know the city, we've been assured they're not going to access facial or license plate info, I believe that a federal agency like ICE or the FBI can get the local police to give them data, and then the federal agency, can access the data that we can't from it. And in a sense, it seems like we're merely banking all this data in a huge murky cloud. So please delay approval. Thanks. I'm done.
All right, hold on a second, folks. Councilor Laberge got bumped out, so.
Okay.
My apologies, Councilor Laberge had some difficulties and got bumped out of the meeting, and I'm hoping she can get back in. Okay, next up is Jesse Hassinger.
Thank you very much. My name is Jesse Hassinger, Ward 4. For consideration regarding the WatchGuard Motorola AI software that the NPD has indirectly asked for under cover of IT Director Antonio Pagan, I urge all councilors to vote against this tonight. One of the aspects of this program is facial recognition software, which has been proven by numerous years-long studies and extensive data to be racially biased against Black and brown people. Beyond this inherent racial bias, the use of this technology throughout the world has been levered against Black and brown people overwhelmingly. Police surveillance technology was used to exonerate the violent white supremacist Kyle Rittenhouse on the one hand, but to justify the murder of Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old Black child, on the other. Motorola Solutions and other police tech companies have a history of aiding ICE, both by holding active contracts with ICE and through providing local police departments with technology, which is then used to feed information to ICE. Motorola Solutions has been identified by the UN Human Rights Office of Commissioner as a company involved in providing surveillance and identification equipment in the occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights. All of this information and more, including links and relevant data, was sent to the counselors who cover my ward, Garrick Perry, along with Marissa Elkins and Jamila Gore. But tonight, I want to address everyone by saying that a yes vote about this technology is a turn away from the BIPOC communities who live, work, and spend time in the city. Instead, it is an affirmation to uphold white supremacy. A yes vote is saying that the hard-fought surveillance camera request that was made years ago and was voted down was all in vain, that we are now okay with having our communities surveilled in such a way that feeds directly into ICE and the occupying forces of dictatorships around the world. A yes vote on this technology will be noted and remembered as an unequivocal step away from the sanctuary city status that we have generally taken as the complete right thing to do, and instead turn us towards the conservative outlook on immigration
That's
and
time.
law
Can you
and
finish your
order
comments, please?
politics that has produced a country
Please finish
that
your comment.
imprisons more people than any other country in the world. I see my time is up, even though I didn't hear anything, so I will stop.
Okay, there was a timer. I can turn the volume up.
Okay, next up is Jasper.
Hi, hello. I'm Jasper. I live in Ward 3. I'm also concerned about the budget request to provide the police department with the watch guard program for multiple reasons. First of all, I'm concerned about the program itself because the nature of police surveillance technology is that it's often leveraged to further criminalize people of color and poor people. But the primary point I want to present to the council is that I think that the way that this was presented, like the request was presented to the city council, was not transparent, and it hasn't given constituents enough time to voice their opinions on the matter. And I know that the city council has not been given enough time to research the program and to understand the problematic nature of police surveillance technology, and the appropriate people to reach out to, such as people who are in the Policing Review Commission, were not contacted as far as I know. And I think that all of that needs to happen before a decision is made about whether or not to purchase it. I believe that it would be wrong to purchase it, and I hope that the council will vote no on the matter, but I believe that they certainly need more time to come to a conclusion, and tonight is not the night to do it, because the research hasn't been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasper. Next up is Dan Kennedy. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. I will try and keep this really close to under 2 minutes. So my name is Dan Kennedy. I live in Ward 4B. I wrote an email to you all yesterday, and I hope you had a chance to sort of read that. I'm just going to focus on a couple of the things in there. But really, I'm just here to push that, to ask that you push this back to committee to discuss it more and to be able to really answer and articulate or to answer some of the questions that I'm going to try and articulate. Anytime you're moving a service to cloud storage, there are some big questions to ask, including who has access to the data, who owns that data that's there, how long is it preserved, where it's going to be shared, and I'm not sure that we have a really good answer on that. I think it's really great that Northampton still has our resolution to prevent surveillance, but Motorola and the company that they acquired to do all of this Vigilant has in the past overridden local laws and local ordinances and shared data that wasn't meant to be shared and that the communities did not ask them to share. So I think it's very important that we be able to answer who's going to make sure that doesn't happen in our case and who's going to take responsibility if it does. I think the other part of this that gets really tricky is that Motorola even has technology so that if an officer turns off their camera, it can still record. Motorola calls it record after the fact, but they don't have magic to do it. It just means it's passively recording. And so I think those sort of things are dangerous, because then if an officer is not in charge of it, if the community is not in charge of it, and Motorola is still recording, that we have a real problem with that. So I think answering all those questions is going to be difficult. It's going to take some time, but I think before you move on, that we should have that, and it should be communicated to everyone so they know what's happening in the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. Next up is Amy Bookbinder. Welcome, Amy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. And hello to everybody. I'm in Ward 7 in Northampton. First, I want to thank the mayor and the city council for taking a stand against anti-Semitism and hate speech in our city. At the same time, limiting our speech at these meetings through the new city council rules that limit our comments to only 2 minutes and cap the public comment period is, in my opinion, regrettable and should be reversed. Having said that, I'm opposed also to the financial order before you tonight that would align our sanctuary city with the nefarious Motorola Solutions and WatchGuard program. As Attorney Rachel Weber made clear on the Bill Newman show this morning, attempts by our or any city to limit sharing of video or data with ICE or other law enforcement agencies cannot guarantee protection, because state and federal requests for information take precedence legally over city ordinances or any attempts to deny the information. In other words, cities must comply with state and federal requests for information. Excuse me. As a sanctuary city in a state that still denies driver's licenses to undocumented people, many of them essential workers, helping us all get through this pandemic, already putting themselves at risk, we must not put them in more danger of deportation or other terrible consequences that often result from traffic stops or other racial profiling that sharing info with ICE or other parties aids and abets. Northampton must not allow that to potentially.
Thank you, Amy.
Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Kaylee.
Hi there. My
Hello,
name is,
Kaylee, you have the floor.
thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Kaylee Brow. I'm a resident of Amherst, but I was born and raised in Northampton and have lived in the Valley my whole life. I'm calling also to voice my concerns about the budget plan before you to sign a 5-year contract with Motorola Solutions. I was pretty surprised to hear about it even. It feels as though the constituents of Northampton have made it clear that we don't want to be surveilled and that we don't want ICE in our community. It feels like it would be really jumping ahead to just sign on to this 5-year contract and sign over a bunch of money to a company that we know works with ICE. I think that Northampton needs to move away from increasing the police budget and also increasing surveillance of our community. And I just think that there's a lot of other things that we could spend $133,000 on that would actively support and uplift our community and wouldn't be actively harming our community. I think that you should vote no on this. I encourage you to at least take more time to get some answers. I'm hearing a lot of questions and concerns from folks tonight. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Next up is Shelby. Welcome.
Hi.
Hello, Shelby,
Can you
are
hear
you
me?
there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Shelby, you have the floor.
Awesome. My name is Shelby Lee, and I receive weekly medical care services in Northampton. I'm a resident of East Hampton. Updating, recording, and surveillance systems to surveil residents and visitors is not a step forward for this community, its safety, or its privacy. I personally have been detained and questioned by a DEA agent as a 17-year-old and a junior in high school in my Western Massachusetts hometown because of this type of surveillance. This information was largely based on my driving habits because I lived very close to 2 state borders. They truly believed I was a large-scale drug supplier. No matter how much money and software go into this type of intelligence, it's not directly applicable to the complexities of real people living their day-to-day lives, and a huge waste of time and resources do go into following false patterns of information collected via surveillance. In 2022, living through a housing crisis, a pandemic, a climate crisis, the list goes on. We should not be wasting our time and resources on surveilling our community. Please consider not voting to approve this update to the recording and surveillance systems. I'm also gonna let you know that I'm gonna raise my hand again so that my partner can speak. Thanks.
Thank you, Kaylee. Okay, I just want to let everybody know we have a hard cap on 90 minutes and of public comment, and I will stop talking so you guys can continue to have the floor. Jose Adastra. Are you there, Jose?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Welcome. You have the floor, Jose.
Hello. I live in Holyoke now. We're just still moving out of Northampton. It would be wildly hypocritical, and it would be terrible. It would be unimaginably terrible of you to stand up for anti-Semitism and then to give the police and ICE information on minorities that live in this area. It's proven beyond a reasonable doubt that these systems discriminate against Black and brown people. For the past couple of years, people have been coming up to you, hundreds of people for hundreds of hours, telling you to take away powers from the Northampton police, to take away to implement some system of accountability, to fire Robert Powers, to fire Andrew Cole, to get rid of Borowski, people that have abused their intimate partners, people that have restraining orders against them, people that have assaulted judges, people that have assaulted homeless people of color on the street, people who have assaulted people for having suspended license. But guess what? None of that has happened. You made a Department of Community Care, and there has been no accountability. How could you possibly think of supplying these people who are eager to work with ICE and happy to work with ICE, who have not been reprimanded or held? Think about considering giving them another tool so that at the end of the day, the dash cams, all that does is that records a video of them murdering me. That's it. It's just on video, and when it comes to trial, it's dismissed. So really, it's just on video so my kids can see it, right? So our families can watch us get executed, and then at the trial, they can use that against us to dismiss the case. Please try to find some sort of dignity to hold on to, and vote for people with less privilege than yourself.
Thank you, Jose. Okay, next up is Dana Goldblatt. Welcome, Dana. And we'll give it another try here. Dana.
I think, can you hear me now? It looks like it's.
Yeah, I got you in here.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Dana.
So I'm here to also speak on the Motorola purchase. And I'm speaking as a criminal defense attorney because I know it is so tempting to see this and to see surveillance that we perceive as surveillance of police to be somehow helpful, to people who are facing civil rights violations or facing abuse by police. And it doesn't work. Now, I, like every other criminal defense attorney, have had that like 1 or 2 cases where you blew the case wide open and showed that the police lied and attacked the homeless guy, or lied about what everyone was doing. Nobody was threatening them, and they just came in waving their batons, beating heads, and it was, they proved it. And honestly, it doesn't make much of a difference. Most of the time, it does not affect the outcome when you get those videos. Police testify that all of the bad stuff happened off camera or just out of view. Judges credit the police. And in some cases, that's not even necessary. There's not even an explanation of the discrepancy. There's just a statement by the judges that they credit the police officer testifying, and things go on just as if there was no smoking gun video. This is the day-to-day of the criminal justice system. I credit the police officer is the standard line. It doesn't matter if you get video. And we all saw this play out in various trials recently of famous police abuses. There's also, when you are the entity that's buying this equipment and you're saying, well, we need it not for criminal justice enforcement. It's not because it's helpful for putting people into prisons. We need it to keep an eye on our police officers because otherwise they commit civil rights abuses. What you're saying is that you're going to spend $6 million on police and then another 600,000 or 60,000 or whatever it is to try to prevent what the police are going to do, which is illegal.
Thank you, Dana.
This is not an effective way of dealing with that problem. So I would suggest that surveillance of police is not an effective way of reining in police abuses.
Thank you, Dana. Okay, next up is Jeff Napolitano.
Hi.
Welcome.
I live on Burtspit Road here in Northampton, and I'm here to talk about the order for the 5-year contract on police dash cams. I'm not necessarily asking you to vote this contract down outright, but I have to say the more I try to understand what it is that you're voting on, the less clear it is. I haven't been able to actually see the contract in question, as it doesn't seem to have been included in the documents available to the public, which, given what it covers, is a bit concerning. So as a general principle of good governance, of not approving something that you've never seen, I'd urge you to undertake further review. I'm especially concerned that this is the contract with Motorola, which is a company that already has, one, notably lobbied the US government to allow for sharing of people's information without their consent, and 2, has already been cited as a source of transfer of information to the federal government. The content covered by this contract, which is obscured in an agenda item that doesn't even mention exactly what it's used for, is that of the images and the records of people, people's cars, and whatever else is picked up by cameras, which is pretty serious stuff. This isn't 20 years ago when we don't know about the impacts of mass surveillance. We know that for quite some time that many, many instances of private companies spying on people and sharing it with the government, about fusion centers, where everything a police department does gets directly and digitally funneled to Washington, D.C. We know about these dangers. In Northampton, we wrote a couple of ordinances around them, which at first glance would almost certainly be violated by this contract. So I'm simply asking that you follow the same precautions that Northampton parents and consumers follow in this digital age. That if you're going to trust this company with the images and records of the people in this city, then you need to look very, very closely at what you're signing up for and what you're also signing away. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Next up is, looks like Nico. Yes, Nico, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. I'm a Northampton Ward 1 resident here to ask you to vote against the spending proposal for a 5-year contract with Motorola for Watchdog. So I believe that rather than spending money on policing, Northampton would do better by its residents to prioritize the following while defunding and gradually replacing the police department. 1, housing the unhoused. 2, creating an affordable housing base. 3, expanding public transportation. 4, expanding harm reduction services such as substance use recovery, domestic violence recovery, and non-carceral mental health emergency response and recovery. 5, innovating what transformative justice looks like at the scale of a small city. Furthermore, I oppose in general on political grounds any notion of patronizing Motorola Solutions, a company which facilitates and profits from state repression around the world. Just 2 notable examples include Motorola's collaborations with ICE here in the United States and with the IDF in Israel, Palestine. So please vote no. Please stop spending money on policing and think about what $133,000 could do for folks who could not ever imagine seeing that kind of money for themselves or even their families. Thanks.
Thank you, Nico. Next up is Elisa Klein. Welcome, Elisa.
Good evening, counselors. Thanks for your service to our community. I'm Elisa Klein from Leeds, and I'd like to ask you to pull out of the consent agenda the dashboard cams order and send it to committee for study. My concern is that the city is spending money on a flawed reform measure for the police. And I know that the conventional thinking on dashboard cams for police is that the cameras, quote, keep them accountable. And if that's how you justify this purchase, I suggest that you ask yourselves, why are these expensive police reform measures to keep police accountable necessary in the first place? And I'd like to suggest that it's because the structure and system of policing as we know it is flawed and dangerous and often deadly for Black and Brown people in particular. And that's the reason I think why we keep spending money on extensive and very expensive measures to, quote unquote, keep police accountable. But really, why do we throw money at a deeply flawed structure like policing that's so dangerous to our community instead of putting that money towards making viable the alternatives to policing that are safer and more compassionate and more sensible? This community had the courage to recognize the need for a non-police centered response to situations of harm with the Department of Community Care. So I'd like to suggest that we put every available dollar, not towards policing, but towards building up a successful Department of Community Care and things like providing housing to unhoused folks, and not towards propping up a system of policing that endangers so many people. So please, counselors, take your time with this one, send it to committee for close examination, do the due diligence of actually looking at the actual content of the proposed contract, and give your constituents more time to weigh in. Anything having to do with policing, especially allotment of funding, needs extra due diligence on your part. Thanks.
Thank you, Elisa. Next up is David Chris.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome, David.
Hey, thank you. So I'll just make my point short here because I know I'll chime in here. And I'm here to speak about the solutions. I just think fundamentally, the way this entire has happened has been deeply flawed and deeply troubling. Severe lack of community input from the get-go about this. And the city councilors, they themselves did not reach out to constituents or expert opinion about complicated as this Motorola contract is. And so I would vote no. And again, I think it's we have our new limits on public comment. It's very troubling. There's this entire conversation just in a very opaque way. almost in the cover of the night. Yeah, that's all I really want. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up is Rachel Weber. Oh, hold it. Oops, moved around. Did I just, all right, here, give it another try. Rachel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thanks so much.
Welcome.
Thank you. And good evening to everybody here. I'm here tonight to express my opposition to the any advancement of a contract between the city and Motorola Solutions. And I'm here in two capacities. First is my capacity as a criminal defense attorney, and second as my capacity as a Jewish American person. So the first is that as a defense attorney, what I can tell you is that this type of surveillance, even if the facial recognition and the license plate scanning isn't specifically enabled, it's still going to make it much easier for agencies to collaborate with each other to continue to over-police Black and brown communities, to continue the systemic white supremacy that impacts every system that that touches criminal justice, ICE, things like that. Whenever the state is able to collect more information about its citizens, it ends up being filtered through those historical realities. And so that's a huge problem. Another thing is that, as noted before, there's no way that Northampton could possibly put limitations on what the state and federal government can request. So there's simply nothing that Northampton can do that would assure that information that it gathers isn't then provided to state or federal authorities, who then can just run their own facial recognition software on things. And that happens all the time in cities. And so that's another huge problem. Why make it easier to be compatible with agencies which will further persecute our citizens? And the thing is, even if there is video, it's still up for interpretation, either in front of a judge or in front of a jury. And interpretation is where implicit bias comes in. Well, I didn't get to mention that Motorola is literally on a UN watch list for its human rights abuses in Israeli settlements in Palestine. And the thought of this city making an additional contract with them is unconscionable.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Spencer. Spencer, are you with us here? Okay, there you are. You have the floor.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Spencer Parks Peterson. I'm a resident of Holyoke, but I work out of Northampton, and I have lived in Northampton multiple times over the years, and very close to the community. I just want to say I co-sign pretty much everything everybody has said, probably better than I could say, with a lot more conviction and facts. But what I can say is, as Americans, this is baseline. This is a hard no. Anytime the question is hard no. Like, what are we doing here? Why would we do that to ourselves? The reality is, there's creeping fascism. It's here. It's done here. White supremacy, fascism, whatever you want to call it. It's part of American culture. We need to just look it straight in the eye, and we need to fight it here at home. And how we fight that is by not giving bad actors, class traitors, the police, none. And what everybody else is saying, the federal government can still get their hands on it. We can't ensure safety of our communities. So I urge you, as a citizen of Holyoke, where we have real problems with our police department about oversight, if the shining beacon, progressive beacon on the hill, Northampton, up the road, is doing this, who's to say what Holyoke does? I argue there's an active gentrification of Puerto Rican people in Holyoke through policing. And if you guys don't hold up your end of the bargain, you're really making it hard for your community down the road. So Please don't go down this road. Don't allow it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Will Meyer. Welcome, Will.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks for having me. My name is Will Meyer. I'm one of the co-editors of The Shoestring, along with my colleague Jules Marsh. We did the original story about the Motorola surveillance. And I did a public records request for the contract. I still have not received the contract yet, so I just want to urge those listening to please send that contract over to the Shoestring so we can read it and report on it for the rest of the community. I would also love to hear from others who have read the contract. I am not sure who has read the contract, but I think I think we need to understand better what's in it to understand what this technology does, and I think that would be a good thing for the community to know. Thank you for your time. And, thank you also to Mayor Chiara for talking to me on Monday and, getting me some information about this. And I think that was a great start, and we need more. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Will. Okay, next up is Elliot.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. You have the floor.
Great, thanks so much. Please start my time now. My name is Elliot. I am in Holyoke right now. I work currently as an immigration advocate, so I'm speaking to this potential Motorola contract from that perspective.
Recording in progress.
I'm sorry.
So we're recording. So what a lot of folks, especially Dan Kennedy, have brought up really clearly what actually a contract with Motorola might look like in terms of data sharing with ICE. What I want to highlight is not actually what the contract might entail, but what message it sends to people when you sign this contract. So right now in Northampton, in your community, there are people who live in terror of ICE every day. They're making decisions about their schooling, about their work, about their families, about their children, about their health, about their physical safety, about their ability to leave an abusive situation, with a background understanding of constant terror of ICE surveillance and being targeted by that agency. You know this because Northampton purports to be a sanctuary city. So when the city signs a contract that has any mention of data sharing with ICE, much less the extensive level of data sharing that this contract would actually entail, it puts those people in intense fear. It says that your community is not safe. That's not an acceptable thing for a sanctuary community to do. In addition, as an immigration activist, I want to highlight that ICE is actually part of a department called Department of Homeland Security. Department of Homeland Security, famously being the federal department that tear gassed US citizens in the streets of Portland a couple of years ago. DHS regularly surveils activists of all kinds. When you have a data sharing with federal agencies, it's not just immigrants that need to be afraid, it's anyone who is doing anything that can be undermined by federal surveillance. And the last thing I want to note is that currently the ACLU of Massachusetts, I'll finish my sentence. Currently the ACLU of Massachusetts is coming down really hard on federal, on face recognition technology. So I want to question why Northampton might sign an expensive contract that is quite possibly about to become unconstitutional. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elliot. And next up is Ashwin. Welcome, Ashwin.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ashwin Ravi Kumar, and I live in Amherst. I teach at Amherst College. And I just first want to point out at the top that I think that the previous 48 minutes of this meeting were not recorded. So it would be good for those tuning in by recording to know that we just had 48 minutes of people who are, like me, speaking against the Motorola Solutions deal with the Northampton Police. So I strongly urge you to reject this technology and delay voting on it because it violates Northampton's ordinance banning facial recognition technology, regardless of what the NPD says they'll do with it. It runs counter to the Northampton Policing Review Commission's recommendation that we need to reduce the size, scope, and power of the Northampton Police, and it distracts us from building alternatives that really keep people safe. So let's be really clear. Promises from the NPD, even if backstopped by nice municipal ordinances, will ultimately buckle to ICE's federal prerogatives, as they have elsewhere in the country, right? So to uphold the spirit of the Northampton Policing Review Commission's recommendations, like Kaylee and others have pointed out earlier, the funds that go to police tech now should be used instead for community care, housing the unhoused, hiring staff dedicated to climate justice, or any number of things that people who have been harmed by police want, rather than what the police want. So I volunteer to support people who are in ICE detention to pay bonds and to get attorneys and secure legal representation. And right now we are seeing detention steadily rise from pre-COVID lows under Trump, surprisingly, to levels starting to approach again pre-COVID levels. Motorola Solutions works with ICE, and regardless of municipal laws, federal law gives ICE access to this kind of data. And I shudder to think what that could do to people in Northampton who are in the same situation as people who I talk to every week that are dealing with the horrible treatment that ICE does to people. Joe Biden's ICE is no less brutal than Trump's. Under Obama, we saw ICE expand its power in a way that Trump used for the most excessively brutal programs that he ran, like child separation. And I think that we need to imagine, unpleasant as it is, that Trump wins the election in November 2024. If that happens, will you be happy that Northampton decided to give this technology to the police under that federal administration or any federal administration? Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwin. Next up is Gwen Vera. Go.
Hello, my name is Gwen Nabad, and I'm here today. Well, I was just stopping in really, and I want to thank everyone for taking the time to listen, consider all sides. I have to say I was surprised to read a blurb in the paper about cameras going onto police cars. You know, I know that where I live in Ward 1, the police come through here every day. They drive through every day just because, you know, I live in public housing and people have situations. But as somebody who doesn't have a situation, I'm not really interested in having my neighborhood monitored like that. And I know that Northampton Housing Authority has a relationship with the police. And so that is a privacy issue. And then I also wanted to speak out in support of, I read about a commission that is hopefully going to be formed in support of looking at barriers to leadership for low income people, people who are Black and brown, who are normally of, you know, how come we can't make it onto some of these boards? You know, what's the path, you know? And so I think it would be important to explore those barriers in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. Next up is Manuel. Oh, let's see.
Hello, everyone. This is Manny Pintado. I live in 20 Hampton Avenue, Northampton, with my wife. I also live in Sunderland, a proud citizen of Franklin County. So please bear with me. First of all, thanks all, everyone. City Council, all my comrades out there. I love you all. Dana, Jess, Jeff, you are the best. So first, let's go to the resolution to form a select committee to start barriers to service. I agree with that. Please vote yes on that. And being that I was a member of FINAN for almost 10 years after I graduated from Community College and a student at UMass, please vote our resolution to support the student loan debt cancellation. Yes, no doubt about it. Now, I'm just gonna say very clearly, everybody has said everything that is on my mind. So all I want to say is when I read that, you know, the Major General Luis Sierra was actually the one that's pushing for this Motorola, you know, even Anthony is the one who's proposing it, but she's pushing it. I believe that, you know, maybe I was like Will Meyer, she will give me an audience because I've been trying to get an audience with her because I really wanted to talk to her. Instead of giving all this money to the police and for these cameras, why not expand the shelter on Center Street? where we can get more people working there and we can get more hours and we can finally get some people who are on the street a real place. I understand that the police is trying to do the job, but we are not Ferguson. We are not Baltimore. They don't need to have that kind of surveillance. And like everybody says right now, please listen to us, listen to them. We don't need those the police to have those cameras, and and whatever affects me affects my community. So I please ask you to vote no on the resolution to give more than $1,000 to Motorola. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Next up is moved around. Ben.
Hello, my name is Ben Brucato. I'm an assistant professor of criminology at Framingham State University, and I teach at UMass Amherst. For the past decade, I've been researching police surveillance and teaching about it with my students. Dash cams were initially introduced in the 1980s, and for a number of years, they did not take off. They were pushed by Mothers Against Drunk Driving as a technology to collect evidence, and particularly self-incriminating statements from citizens. Dash cameras took off finally once they were able to exploit the controversy surrounding the beating of Rodney King, and the community-oriented police services under the DOJ established a grant program, and suddenly these technologies were rolling out all across the country. The same thing happened with body cameras, where for years they were being used by a few police departments to collect evidence and incriminating information from citizens, but they really got to see their boon once they were able to exploit the killing of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. We see again and again technologies that are used to criminalize poor people, especially poor people of color, that are adopted only after they can, local governments, state governments, federal governments can exploit controversy, can exploit the situations where there's a lack of accountability, saying that these technologies will provide an accountability that they're never proven that they're able to do. In fact, the research shows very conclusively that video shot from the police perspective, whether dash cameras or body cameras, do the work of helping police avoid accountability. They're intended for that purpose. They were developed for that purpose. They're marketed and adopted for that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Mac. Mac, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Mac Godinez. I live in Ward 3 in Northampton. I'm against contracting with Motorola Solutions. The record after the fact aspect of the WatchGuard system amounts to full-time surveillance, producing data on our community that we don't ultimately have any control over. To say that this would somehow be a move to hold police accountable rings disingenuous. It rings smoke and mirrors. And even if it was in earnest, as spoken on just now by Professor Brucato, this is not a measure that actually reduces police violence. I don't want myself or my neighbors surveilled, especially in connection with a corrupt corporation which has collaborated with ICE and with the IDF, particularly because we know that data is big money, and it doesn't care about the human toll. Contracting with Motorola Solutions would be a move to invest in a future of distrust and fear for Northampton.
Thank you, Mac. Okay, next up is Ty. Ty, are you there?
Hi, yes, thank you.
You have the floor.
I'm here, like many people before me, for the past hour, even though it's not all recorded, to say that I'm against this contract with Motorola Solutions. It's not clear to me why the city would have money to contract with them, but not enough money to like fully fund a Department of Community Care. So your investments just seem misplaced there. And yeah, like a lot of things been said before, but just as well, I don't agree with it and it shouldn't happen.
Thank you, Todd. Next up is Joe. Joe, you have the floor. Oh. Come on. Why is this not working? Try it again. Okay, that's weird. All right. I'm going to go to Ryan. Joe, we'll come back to you and try to figure this out. Okay, now, did I change a setting or here? No.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Ryan, welcome.
Thank you. All right. My name is Ryan McChesney. I live in Ward 3B in Northampton. I am also here to state my opposition to the contract with Motorola Solutions. As many people have very eloquently said, I am concerned about the use of the data that is being collected by these cameras and all the ways in which it could be used, even if we don't think that that is the explicit purpose or goal of this data. I am concerned that this goes directly against the values of Northampton as a sanctuary city. Similar to, as Elliot was talking about, I'm a nurse practitioner in the area. I work with a lot of folks who are undocumented, and I hear firsthand on a daily basis about the fear that they already experience day to day about being surveilled and about being deported, about family members of theirs who have been deported. This is already an enormous burden for these members of our community. And I am really concerned about this increasing that fear and that stress in their day-to-day lives. I think that this is not a good use of our money as a city. And I urge the council to take more time to look into all of the concerns that have been raised by people tonight about the use of this data, and before you approve this this technology. So thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay. Let's try Joe again. Don't know why. All right, we're going to go to Chris.
Yes, hello.
Welcome.
Hello to the City Council and to my neighbors. Thank you all for your service tonight. My name is Chris Kitzmiller. I've been a Northampton resident for 22 years, and I live on South Street in Ward 4. I'm here tonight to express my disapproval of the police cameras expenditures. The lack of transparency around this budget item comes fresh on the heels of Boston's police department purchasing a cell site simulator with funds from civil asset forfeiture, and further highlights an alarming trend in the police community. I'd like to echo Dan Kennedy's concerns about the cloud aspect of Motorola's WatchGuard program. By outsourcing this functionality of our policing, we are entering into a policing for profit model. Additionally, Motorola has shown themselves to be unfit stewards of this type of sensitive data, as the allegations in Illinois show, where they allegedly shared data in violation of state laws. Additionally, technologies like facial recognition and automated license plate scanning can be run after the fact by state and federal agencies, counter to our own values as a sanctuary city. These technologies constitute warrantless dragnet surveillance, and they create a permanent log of where you go and where you spend your time. Did you drive to AA? Did you miss an AA meeting? Did you spend the night at somebody else's house? Did you drive to a house of worship? This surveillance creates a chilling effect that infringes on our right to free assembly. Please block this expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Joe, I keep trying you. I don't know why I can't unmute you. I'm going to continue down the list. Amy is next.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. I want to thank everyone who has shown up tonight and also those people who have made phone calls and emails about the issue that we're all discussing, voting down the Motorola contract. And thank you to our city councilors. I just want to bring up that it's February 3rd, 2022. We're going into our third year of public comment consistently with loud voices from our community telling our city that we do not want money invested in police, that we want money invested in our community in peer-led solutions, that we can find these solutions without armed people. This Motorola contract is just another significant drop in the bucket going down a road that we do not want to go down. I don't know how we can make it any clearer. We come here every time and let you know. So again, I'm reiterating everyone who's come before me, all of those who spoke so beautifully, so eloquently. I also want to reiterate that the limits to public comment, both for individuals and to the 90 minutes of each meeting, is deeply troubling. To be sure all voices are heard in our community. I really would appreciate you all reconsidering those limits. Thank you again and have a good evening.
Thank you, Amy. Next up is Joanna. Joanna, welcome.
Hello, and good evening, everyone. I'm here, like many others, to urge the council to vote against the Motorola Solutions contract. As you can tell, the community, many in it are, I'm from Millers Falls, Mass. I've lived in Northampton in previous years, for 5 years, and I frequent there very often. And I back everyone here who has come tonight and said so eloquently and so wisely that this is not what the community is asking for. Please vote no on this. And I'd also like to state the time limits that have been put into place. Again, please go back and look at that. It makes no sense to limit public comment to stop voices from being heard. Individuals in the community, especially in Northampton, come out and really care about their community being uplifted. And that's something that I've always been so drawn to and something that I find so important. And I really urge the council to look at this 90-minute cap. These meetings are important for the community, and it does harm when you limit people from being heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, it looks like Joe has, maybe Joe will come back. All right, Shelby, you said you had a partner who was gonna join. Shelby?
Hello, I'm Donovan Lee. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. What was your name again?
Donovan Lee. I'm a resident of East Hampton. I'm a member of the labor force of Northampton, though.
Welcome,
and I just want to
Donovan.
speak tonight. Thank you. I just want to speak tonight to urge you to vote against the proposed update to the police surveillance system. Police surveillance in our community is just not good for the community, and it's not okay to normalize being surveilled by your government or the police state. Those are things that we shouldn't have to deal with, and no one should have to deal with. It's also financially and fiscally irresponsible in the middle of a time of global pandemic, ecological emergency, overstretched school systems, and colossal strain to our crumbling infrastructure systems to put any additional resources into anything besides infrastructure, education, or helping and uplifting people in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Donovan. Okay, next is Ya Ping.
Hi, my name is Ya Ping. I live in Turners Falls and I have many friends and family in Northampton, spend a lot of time in Northampton. I am also here to voice my concern for Northampton's consideration of entering into a contract with Motorola Solutions. And I wanted to bring in a little bit of information about the national context for this feedback that you're hearing from a lot of community members, because I know that Councilor Marissa Elkins spoke in the last meeting about how she has seen dash cams be very helpful for her clients. And I know also that Councilor Jim Nash sent an email out to his constituents saying that both police and many civil rights activists agree that dashboard camera systems can be an important tool for documenting police interactions with the public. And to be honest, that's just not true. And I don't know who Jim Nash is referring to as these civil rights activists, because if you do just a little bit of Googling, you'll see that across the board in every city in the country that has pushed back against these police surveillance technologies, there is a broad coalition that's built of racial justice organizations that are led by Black folks, by immigrants, by undocumented people, by other people of color who have said, this tech is horrible and it's going to criminalize us more. Please don't agree to have this tech here. And I made a document that, I only have 30 seconds left. I just tried to begin to list the organizations in some of these cities that are pushing back against this. And I don't have time to even start to read through it. In New York City, there's a coalition of over 200 organizations. In Nashville just this week, a coalition of 13 Black, Indigenous, and immigrant-led organizations push back against license plate readers. Literally every single city. I'll send this list to the counselor so you can just get a sampling of what this looks like, but it's basically not controversial amongst racial justice organizations. And so important that counselors do their research before making assertions about who supports this and who doesn't.
Thank you, Yaping. Okay, let's see, it looks like we have, okay, another person, Sue Stone. Sue, you have the floor.
Great. I am a citizen of Northampton. I'm an actual taxpayer, and I would like to speak in support of the police dash cam contract. And I would also like you to consider keeping the time limit on people speaking, and even further limiting people who don't live in Northampton from speaking at city council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Looks like Joe is back.
Hello.
You're working.
Can you
All
hear
right,
me?
Joe, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I'm a resident of Northampton. I've lived here for 3 years. Just want to say that facial recognition is unreliable, unjust, and a threat to basic rights and safety. Facial recognition surveillance programs identify the wrong people up to 98% of the time. These errors have real-world impacts, including harassment, wrongful imprisonment, and deportation. Law enforcement officers frequently search facial recognition databases without warrants or even reasonable suspicion that you've done anything wrong. This violates the Fourth Amendment, our basic human rights. Facial recognition software programs misidentify people of color, women, and children, supercharging discrimination and putting vulnerable people at greater risk of systemic abuse. Once our biometric information is collected and stored in government databases, it's an easy target to identify thieves or state-sponsored hackers. Successful attacks have already happened and will only grow more commonplace as government surveillance expands. Facial recognition is unlike any form of surveillance. It enables automated and ubiquitous monitoring of an entire population. It is nearly impossible to avoid. If we don't stop it from spreading, it will not be used to keep us safe, but to control and oppress us, just as it is already being used in authoritarian states. I echo the comments of people before, except the person previously. I've been having some technical issues. And hanging out with my dog in the background. He's begging for treats, but I yield my time. Thank you so much, and I hope that you don't allow these technologies to be used in our city and set a precedent for other cities, and stand by this idea that we are progressive.
Thank you, Joe. Okay. I am not seeing anyone else for public comment. Give it one quick look. And okay. So I'm going to do something unusual here. I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess so I can reach out to Councilor Laberge and see what's going on. So at 8:21, we will reconvene. Thank you, everybody. Or just,
Let's take it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
okay, we are back from recess. Thank you for the allowing us to have the quick break here while we figure out what's up with Councilor Laberge for her constituents. She's working on the problem, and she thinks it has to do with the rainstorm right now, that it's interfered with her internet connection. So we're hoping to get her into the meeting soon. Also, in terms of the recording, I made an error. I thought I hit the recording button on the Zoom at the start of the meeting. I got a nudge from somebody in the community, and I opened the recording. But just to assure everybody that NOM keeps a recording of this meeting. So they are actually the official keepers of the recording for City Council. So so there is a recording out there. And okay, now back to the agenda. So next up is announcements from councilors and the mayor. Do councilors have any announcements? Councilor Maori.
Just to remind people that the health department is providing COVID booster shots, no appointment necessary at the Elks Lodge. And so go to the city's website if you'd like to just find out the hours, but I think it's just fabulous that they're making it that easy.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other announcements? I would just like to add, just a word of gratitude to the mayor's office and to City Clerk Pam Powers for once again allowing us to have some clerical help for our meeting, as our very able administrative assistant is dealing with a family medical emergency. So the help from the mayor's office and Clerk Powers is very much appreciated, and our thoughts are with Laura and her family. So any other announcements from councilors or the mayor? Where is the mayor? Didn't she go somewhere? There she is. All right. All right. No presentations. Okay, this brings us to the consent agenda. And the consent agenda is pretty much items that we are going to, they're on the agenda to be voted on tonight without discussion, but any one of the councilors can request that something be removed from the agenda for further discussion. I have a feeling something like that's going to happen tonight, but I first want to just go through what is on the consent agenda. There is the minutes of the January 20th City Council meeting. There is item 22.012, in order to grant utility easement to National Grid for 54 Clark Street well. There is item 22.014, in order to accept a gift for replacing sidewalk sections adjacent to 109 Main Street. There is item 22.016, in order authorizing a 5-year contract for IT service department equipment and software. There is item 22.028, appointment to the Board of Health for referral to, this is a referral to city services for Dallas Ducar of 4 Sun Hill Drive in Florence. Are there any removals from the agenda? I think I saw Councilor Moulton's hand go up first. Stan.
Yes, I'd like to remove item D, 22.016, please.
Okay. Any other removals from the consent agenda? Okay, I see other requests for removals. Pam, can you take the roll call on approving the consent agenda?
So Nash, I just have a procedural question. Does that
Yeah, go right
require a
ahead.
second?
Yeah.
Does that require a second?
Oh, I suppose it does. I see Councilor Jarrett nodding. That usually means that needs to happen. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Well,
Councilor Perry is making a motion. Do I have a second?
wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
I actually just noticed a Scrivener's error in the minutes. It's just it's a minor thing. I don't know what the process for that is. I'm looking at it
Yes,
now.
you know what? I'll allow you to discuss it here because I'm pretty sure I know what you're discussing, and I talked about it with Laura earlier.
Okay, there's just a small error on page 16.
Yeah, it mentions a former counselor.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Yes, and that Scrivener's error, it has been brought to Laura's attention and she will address it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, back to a motion to approve the consent.
Then I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. And do I have a second?
Second.
Councilor Foster seconds. Okay, there's no discussion on the consent agenda. Roll call, Pam, please.
Councilor Labarge is trying to unmute. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's a good interruption too. All right. Where is she? There she. Oh, she's. Okay. Let's see. Ask to unmute. Let's see. Make a co-host. Well, I'm getting to learn all of the buttons on Zoom tonight, so. Councilor Labarge, are you with us? I see her. Councilor Labarge.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome back, Councilor Labarge.
Yes, we were trying to unmute and you wouldn't let it go through.
You know what? There's so many people in the room. You weren't on the front page here, so I wasn't sure you were back.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are just about to do roll call on the consent agenda, Councilor Labarge, with one removal, which is the item relating to the purchase of police dashboard cameras. And so, Pam, can you proceed with the roll call?
Absolutely. Councilor Foster.
Yes.
Councilor Gore.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Nash.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay. The consent agenda passes, and now I see Councilor Maori has her hand raised.
Yes, President Nash, I just wanted to clarify because I think I missed it. Councilor Moulton made a motion to remove 2020-06-16 from the agenda. Did we get a second on that?
No, we didn't.
Oh,
We did not get a second on that.
okay.
I don't think removals need a second, do they?
Okay.
No, it just needs one.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
One counselor can request it. Okay. All right. So I didn't screw things up. Okay, that's good. All right. So so now item 22016, an order authorizing a 5-year contract for IT service department equipment and software is up for discussion. As per our new rules, we discuss things before we figure out what we're going to do with them, especially in this case, as we are now into no man's land of pulling a financial order off the consent agenda, which per the new rules, once we've sent it there, we've sent it there for approval. So here it is, it's up for discussion, and I open the floor for people's thoughts.
I believe the mayor would like to speak.
You know, the mayor is not on my screen.
I see her. You gotta unmute her.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Oh
Thank you.
boy, yeah, so this is on the floor. Mayor, go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thank you also to everyone who spoke at public comment. I just wanted to give a little more information about this order. First of all, it's actually not a financial order, as you just referred to it, Councilor Nash. It's an order for a 5-year contract. But anyway, just give you a little bit more information. So I think, as I believe as the council knows, we already have in-car camera systems and have had them actually for years. And they've been viewed as a piece of equipment that's helpful for transparency and accurate video records of what happens with interactions. And the footage can be requested and used for court cases. Our current equipment has not been functioning well or consistently, and attempts to fix it with the current company have been unsuccessful, and I think frustratingly so, as I've heard. So to kind of answer why this is an IT order, I wanted to sort of give the council a little bit of background. It's an IT order because all technology has been consolidated under IT now, and it has been this way for the last few years. A little brief history, since few of you were on the council at this time, although certainly Councilor Laberge will remember this, and maybe Councilor Nash as well. But before 2016, IT was spread out throughout the city. There was some centralized technology staff, but many departments had their own in-department IT or someone who handled it in the department. And this wasn't necessarily efficient, but really a larger issue, I think, was that there were all kinds of compatibility issues that were happening. One department would buy software that wasn't compatible with other departments, or with software that the city needed to use for reporting. And then the technology people were trying to make fixes to make things work together that weren't meant to work together, or to try and fix equipment that maybe they didn't even know had been purchased by departments. So there had been a study recommendation that there be a centralized IT, and Director Pagan was hired in 2015. And the IT team, the IT consolidated team started in that next fiscal year. And then over the course of a few years, IT was moved from the departments into the centralized IT, including the schools, which, as you can imagine, is just a huge part of IT now. So now IT oversees and vets all technology purchases for the city, including for the schools. So a little bit more about how this contract order is coming to you. As Director Pagan talked about it in the last meeting, and actually Councilor Elkins did as well, because Councilor Elkins had served on the Capital Improvement Plan Committee in the fall. This was going to appear in the Capital Improvement Program for IT and would have been before you in a few weeks. Then in working on the procurement for it, Director Pagan found that doing a 5-year contract would be more cost effective and would provide better support if the system wasn't functioning well, which is exactly the issue that we've been having with the current system. So since it was no longer a one-time capital expense for equipment, it moved off the Capital Improvement Plan, which again will come to you towards in a few weeks, towards the end of this month. So it's coming before you this way now, and as a 5-year contract, which is why it's before you as a contract. So that's just kind of to give a little bit more background on it. I heard again that people, there was concern about the wording of the order, and I hear that, and it should have been clearer, and I certainly understand that concern. I made sure that the director was there at the last meeting. He's also here this evening, as is Chief Jasper, to answer any questions and just make sure there's open communication about it. But I agree that it should have been more descriptive, and we'll make sure that they are going forward. A couple other points I just wanted to talk about. I know the council, or I think the council at this point knows this, or many of you do, because you've been asking questions and getting answers. Neither the cameras or the software will have facial recognition capabilities. That's not something we're allowing in this contract. In 2019, I was a sponsor of an ordinance prohibiting the use of facial recognition systems, which states it shall be unlawful for any city official to expend any city resources to obtain, retain, access, or use any face surveillance system, unquote. So this is an issue and a concern that I'm very familiar with, and I feel really strongly about. We are also, I heard people talk about license plate scanning. There's also there'll be no license plate scanning recognition software in this. These are capabilities that won't be available because we are not adding them to this in any way and saying that we will not have them as part of this. So also, I was also a sponsor of the Safe City Ordinance, which affirmed and strengthened the 2014 executive policy order to not honor or enforce any detainer or information request from ICE. That's non-criminal and or subject to judicially issued warrant, which is things outside of our control. So that's something that I'm also feel really strongly about and am unwavering about. So I just wanted to share that with the council. And, any other questions that you have? As I said, Director Pagan is here, as is Chief Jasper. So, we're just happy to have this conversation with you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Gore.
I just have a couple questions based on what was heard in public comment. Is it possible to make a contract with someone other than Motorola? And how did you come to the decision to make it with Motorola as opposed to someone else?
Is Director Pagan, so Director Pagan has looked at the different options out there and I think spoke to this at the last meeting. Sorry, I have a view where I can't see Director Pagan.
Oh, let me see if I.
Is he there? He may be the best. I see nodding, like you all see him. Yeah.
Co-host. I made him a co-host earlier and then it.
I do. I see him. He's on the second.
There he is. He
Okay.
should be. Director Pagan, are you here?
I am.
There we go.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Yeah, we actually first we work for over 2 years with the current provider to improve the system that we have, trying to overcome the challenges that we have with the system. And after those 2 years, we in collaboration with the NPD leadership and administration, we decided that we needed to look at other options. We looked at 3 different vendors. We work with them. We actually have a rubric that I'd be happy to share with the council on how we evaluated every single option. We gave them the opportunity to do demo to both the IT staff and the NPD administration about how the system works. And after doing a very professional and very pointed evaluation about the features of the software and the capabilities of the software compared to the needs of Northampton PD, we found out that Motorola had 2 different options, one on-premise and one on cloud, that were, over the capacity of the other options we had. Actually, I just want to mention that Motorola was the only one option that had on cloud and on premise. Everybody else had only on cloud. And I'd be happy to discuss, all the process with the council or a subcommittee about this. But yeah, after having several, we're talking like about 4 or 5 months of discussions. This is not a decision that was made overnight. We spent about 2 years with the current provider, and unfortunately, we were not able to get any good responses or a good, reliable system that could comply with the system, the needs that the PD officers have. I just want to mention that, as part of our process, we look at specific needs like being able to, very quickly upload data into the server, make the data available to officers, ensure that the system was working all the time, even when it wasn't needed, but just to be sure that if an officer needed to turn on recording, it was there. And unfortunately, as part of a discovery that we did, unfortunately, with the system we have, I would say that, most of the units will work all the time, but the random failures that we had with the system, the current system, were really working against the goals of the MPD department, where we might be working like for the last 72 hours or something, and then all of a sudden the system will stop recording, or the system will stop uploading the data into the server, and that will cause a lot of trouble to the officers workflow. What we found out is that out of the 3 different vendors plus the current one that we evaluated, the Motorola Solutions option was the most advantageous option for us in terms of the technology features that they offer and the reliability. And not only we look at what the vendor was talking to us, but we also went to different communities around Western Massachusetts and look at the system that they have already in place, and look how the police officers how they were using the system. So we spent real numerous hours on evaluating this system. This is not an evaluation that was done like just on paper. We really look into empirical data, and we look at a number of different options of how the data would be used, how we will be protected. And I would have to say that among the different options that we look at in the last 7 years that I've been here, I think this process was really the most professional one that we did. We really spent a lot of time trying to evaluate every single option and ensuring that the data privacy, the data security, the high availability of the data was actually where we wanted. So that's basically what I can say about the process.
Councilor Gore, did you want to do a follow-up? You good?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Jarrett.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Pagan. I appreciated your presentation at the last meeting, and the rubric, the option summary rubric, with the metrics, reliability, support, capabilities. I think, these are important metrics, but I am thinking of a couple more. One you just mentioned, data privacy. So the question is, is the data safe? Who has access to it? Who owns it? Will the company share the data without our permission? In particular, thinking, of the safety of the undocumented community members. And I wonder if, an offline approach might work better in that regard, because easy access to data just makes it that much easier to share. The other was social responsibility. Does the company that we're choosing act in a manner that benefits society by our community standards? And Motorola Solutions has documented collaboration with ICE and the Border Patrol, involvement in Israel and prison security, and numerous city councils and universities and churches have voted to divest or not to do business with them due to these concerns. There's a American Friends Service Committee investigation. If you search for investigate AFSC Motorola Solutions, it's quite extensive, and they do recommend that folks divest from them because of these concerns. So those two things, data privacy and social responsibility, I wonder if, if those were added to the rubric, would we see a different result?
Very good questions, Councilor Jarrett. I have to say that data privacy was one of our rubric points. Social responsibility was not one. I have to admit that was not part of our scope. We were looking more into the technology capabilities of the system. We were not evaluating the company itself as a social responsible. And I don't, well, let me just make a parenthesis here. Personally, I've been, I came to Massachusetts in mid-90s, and I've been part of this community, and I've been working with different organizations that work with the underrepresented immigration population. So I definitely will not support anything that is against that kind of population in the personal sense. But at my job as a CIO for the city, I will focus mostly in the technology capabilities of the solution that we're looking for. If you as a city council or the mayor's office ask me to expand the rubric to include social responsibility, I'd be happy to do that, but that was not part of the rubric, definitely. Thank you very much for the question.
Yeah, thank you. And in terms of data privacy, those questions I had about, will the company share the data without our permission or knowledge? Is that something you can speak to?
Oh yeah, we went through that with every company, and specifically about Motorola Solutions, part of their data privacy policy is that they will not answer any question from any agency unless we allow them to do that, and they will always come back to us before they can provide any information to any agency. Obviously, as you might know, judicial requests might be beyond that consideration. They might be private and not allow them to share the information with us. But as part of the data privacy policy they have, any request, whether it's a private entity or a judicial or executive agency, they will reach out to us before answering. And they even go a little bit beyond that. They actually will challenge the request before even informing us about the request, just because of our point of not sharing data with anyone. That is actually part of our request, that we will not share information with any agency before we approve it. And that's part of our agreement. If we ever get, I just want to clarify something that is misinformed, basically. At this point, because of the way it works for us on the procurement process, we are working with just asking for a 5-year approval, a 5-year contract approval. And then after that, we will go into the terms and conditions of the contract. We haven't get there yet in this process. We are asking the city council to approve a 5-year contract so that we can start the process of negotiating a contract with them. So we only have a quote from Motorola Solutions, and we don't have anything else in the process yet.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councilor Moulton.
Thank you. To follow up on that, Director Pagan, and to ask a couple of clarifying questions from your presentation of January 20th, there is no contract with specific terms then that has been written at this point?
No contract yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
When does the existing contract expire, and who manufactured the current equipment that's being used as dashboard cams?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Martin. This is a good question. The current provider is called Provision, and we don't have a service contract with them. We basically signed a contract with them back on 2013, before my times in the IT department and before the IT department had responsibility for public safety software. And the contract didn't include annual renewals for support. So basically we go year by year based on equipment replacement, software upgrades, and service. So we don't have a service contract with them right now. And the name is Provision, and they are based on Michigan.
When would you anticipate that a new contract, if it's approved, would take effect then? What's date are we aiming for?
We don't have a date right now, but let's say that the 5-year contract term is approved. We will move into a contract, a procurement process that normally takes a couple of weeks. So we are hoping to have something in place in March 1st.
Something in place being a negotiated contract?
A negotiated contract by March 1st. Yeah.
What can you clarify? I believe you said 2 weeks ago that the city would not actually be buying equipment, that the city would be in effect receiving a license to use this equipment. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And at the end of 5 years, then what would the city have if it decided to end that contract? And also, what specifically would happen to all the data that's been collected at the end of that 5 years?
So the data is owned by the city. So let's say that after 5 years, we decide to end the contract. Okay, that might be an option. If that happens, we will be able to download all the data into our servers, which that's the way we have it right now. We have a server that has all that information archived. And then after that, we might contract with somebody else and move on into a different system. If we decide to continue with the same vendor, we will need to negotiate whether it's a year-to-year contract or another 5-year contract with the same company. And that is pretty much the standard on any other cloud-based solution that we have. We do have. I'm going to make a parenthesis here just to make clear. It sounds like people understand that we don't have cloud-based solutions. We actually have about 80% of our software solutions are cloud-based. We have very little of our data hosted by the city. So most of the data, and when I say city, remember that we are a consolidated IT team. So we really cover everything from, city hall, senior center, recreation, all the public safety, DPW, and schools together into one budget. So about 80% of all the software solutions that we have are cloud-based. 20% of them are on-premise. And we've been using cloud-based solutions for a lot of years, even before my times. The financial software system where all our financial data is hosted is cloud-based. So this is not a new deal for us. This is a normal business for us to engage with an organization that is doing cloud-based solutions.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Councilor Maori. And then Councilor Laberge will be next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio, for all your work. I know this is sounds like you've been working for a while on this. So I just wanted to try to understand, though, if well, first of all, our cloud services that we have in other locations in the city, for other services aren't video based, though. We're talking about video and possible facial recognition. That's my first question, a clarifying question. And then how will we know if Motorola uses our data or not?
Good question. No, when I say 80% of our, expenditure on systems is cloud-based, I mean data, not necessarily video. It could be just student information systems, It could be municipal data, building permits, all that kind of stuff. You know, the document management is 80% of that information is on the cloud. In terms of video, so our current video system is on premise. Is I mentioned before, is the name of the provider is Provision, and is hosted locally at the police department on a hardware that we actually own and manage, and all the data is in the building, is not shared through cloud-based servers. I'm sorry, I missed the second part of your question.
Yeah, I was just wondering how we would know if Motorola did use our data. Is there a way to track that?
Okay, so let me explain a little bit of, I'm going to get a little technical here. So when we talk about cloud, let's picture this way. So cloud-based solutions are really containers. So think about, and I'm going to make an analogy that I've never done before, but this is the way it is. So think about a carrier, just a chip, okay, with a lot of containers. And every container belongs to somebody. And whatever is in that container belongs to some client of the company that is basically just moving that data. Or in this case, you know, it's data, but it could be any other commodity. So the cloud-based, most of the cloud-based organizations either use Google, or they use Azure, or they use Amazon. Those are the three big companies. And what they do is they basically just make a container that is securely hosted by them on behalf of a client. So let's say that out of the 350 something municipalities that we have in Massachusetts, 300 of them use Motorola solutions. So they have a container for each one of those municipalities to host the data. So the data is owned by us. We are the ones that control the data, how the data is uploaded, how the data is managed, and how the data is shared. They don't own the data. They don't have any right to move the data out, in and out. We are the ones, and mostly, and I'm going to explain this a little bit on a very quick way, but it takes a lot of work to do that. Basically, IT will basically just manage the way the data is going to be uploaded, who has access to it, and we create some roles to ensure that people that don't have anything to do with the data are not able to reach the data, and only a few members of the MPD staff will be able to manage the data, and IT will only be available, you know, to support that, but we will not have anything to do with editing data or moving data around or sharing data with other people. It's a decision of NPD leadership whether the data is being shared or not. Now, Motorola as an organization, the same way as Verizon, Comcast, and the other carriers might be, you know, subpoena to get some data, they might be requested to share the data. They are in the obligation to come to us and ask whether the data can be shared or not before they do it. That is the agreement. That's part of the agreement that we will sign with them, and that's the way that it should work. Now, I have to say, you know, it's been known that in some instances they will be getting a directive from an executive office that might not be shared with us. We don't know about that. But in 99.5% of the times, if there is a request from somebody, they are obligated to come to us before they share the data. But in general terms, the data is not it's not going to be shared unless we authorize it. And when I say we, I mean, you know, Chief Jasper will need to authorize any sharing of the data. And I will leave it there, and I will let Chief Jasper to answer more about how data sharing happened in the law enforcement, because that's not my purview.
Do you want me to answer that question, or do you want to go to Councilor Laberge?
Answer it.
Okay, I wasn't sure because you had your hand up.
I just waiting for you.
Yep. So just for information sharing, I mean, information sharing, I know of no federal law. I heard some of the people in public comment talk about how federal agencies can kind of swoop in and take information. I'm not aware of anything that allows federal agencies to do that. Just between other law enforcement agencies, we could have information requests just like we do for members of the public, or we could have, there could be an investigation. People could be seeking, you know, reports that we have, evidence that we have, any of those sorts of things. And we would respond to requests for that information. You know, if we had a subpoena, we would respond to that subpoena. And we're pretty protective of our information. And I just also want to say, in my years, we've never gotten these sorts of requests that have been spoken about for any of our recordings that are, you know, as the mayor mentioned, we've had these units, different company, but, you know, dash cams really since 2008. And we've never gotten these sorts of requests. I don't know if that alleviates or answers any of your questions, but that's just not, if you imagine, I mean, you all drive cars, or some of you drive cars, you're in the middle of a street. I mean, I know everyone's talking about facial recognition, but a lot of what you're gathering is traffic, right? A traffic movement. And then the people who are in the car, or the people that you're conversing with on the car stop, whose identity you already know. So there's not, I just can't think of a lot of videos that would be of interest to federal agencies that would have kind of, you know, people walking along somewhere that would be. The other thing I would mention, just so everyone understands, is what the cloud is going to hold is not just random footage, but evidentiary footage that we have already deemed to be either evidence in a case, or you know, something called, well, we call it in our policy, alarm footage, which is footage that's gathered when the blue lights are activated on a car. So a car stop, or perhaps a failure to stop, or an accident, whatever it may be. So those are the incidents that are going to be in there. All the kind of random footage that's going on during the day is just overwritten really about within 24 hours on our current system. So there's not this wide variety up in our cloud to be of just street footage. That's not something we want to retain. Frankly, we don't need to retain it, and also it would be incredibly costly to do that because it's expensive to hold on to footage. So we don't want stuff that we don't want.
So Councilor Laberge.
Thank you, Councilor Nash. All right, so what I'm hearing from Antonio, and I want to thank him very, very much for his presentation. Chief, what I'm hearing is that apparently if we do go into the Motorola technology, which apparently our mayor is considering, and she did a good explanation also, I'm hearing from you, Chief, that apparently the state or either the federal authorities wouldn't have the legal rights to step in to borrow any kind of data from your department with the new system in the cruisers.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. I am aware of no law that allows federal agencies to just swoop in with no case investigation, no evidence, no subpoena, to just take information that we have. And I've also never seen that happen. Just like any other agency, if they have a subpoena for information and we are ordered to do so, then we would have to turn over information. But there would need to be a reason that that would have been issued.
Okay, so they would have a rights to do that though, correct?
If they were the way to get a subpoena, I mean, you need to have some sort of crime or reason to believe that something occurred. So you can't get a subpoena and say, I just want to get a whole bunch of evidence and look at it if it's not related to an existing event. So you would need a court order to do that.
Okay, so another question, please. What I'm hearing is that facial recognition would not be done with this system in the cruisers?
This WatchGuard technology doesn't even have that capability. Not only would we never check that box because it's prohibited in our community and we are not interested in using it, it's not permitted.
Right, because we are a sanctuary city, and with
Right.
all the emails I've been getting, there's great concerns about this.
Yes,
All right,
it's not an
so-
option with WatchGuard, Counselor. They don't even offer that technology.
Okay, I would like to speak to Antonio, please. Antonio, are you still around?
He's here.
Thank you, Councilor Nash.
I am here.
There he is.
Hi, Antonio. I have a question. I heard you said that you've been working on this for like about 5 months, correct?
Yeah, we started to work with Motorola Solutions back in April, actually, but the evaluation of different vendors is been going for the last 5-6 months. Yeah.
Okay, and I have concerns because here we've had it, what, going on 3 weeks, going on the 4th week of once you get this contract, I'm hearing it's what, the beginning of March where you'll have that contract completed or not?
Well, based on experience, once we have the authorization to go on for the procurement, we have about, I would say, 3 to 4 weeks of approvals, and it will go to the auditors, it will go to the chief procurement officer to evaluate all the documentation before it goes to the mayor's office for approval. So I would say March 1st, beginning of March would be the time that we might have a contract signed, and then after that, obviously we will need to work on all the project management piece before it got implemented. We do have right now 10 cruisers that are using the provision system, and it's working. We cannot stop using a system before we implement the other, so we will have to go through a process of implementation that will last a few months for having it completely implemented.
Okay, because I'm just a little bit uncomfortable here about, moving quickly on this. I feel that there should be more communication here. I also feel that as counselors, you're looking at quite a bit of money here within the 5 years of we need, I think, more information. I think it would be something for counselors and finance and all other counselors of seeing what that contract states and what that language is. Because right now it's very, very critical of what we're hearing from the public here in Northampton. Yes, we did get calls or people tonight from out of town, which is fine. They have the rights to go ahead and speak and so forth. They do visit our city. But I'm just feel that we need to look at the language on that contract so that we're protecting our city and protecting the people that live here in the city. To me, that is really valuable, and the transparency. That's my feelings toward this.
Yeah, I'll be happy to share any information that is requested by the city council or committees about the process. Definitely. And I have to say that is before we got into different vendors, we worked for a couple of years on the current provider, trying to fix the problems we had, and unfortunately was not doable, and we still have an unreliable system. So one way or the other, we need to be able to replace the system we have. And if the council needs more information about how we get to that, I'll be more than happy to share all the details. What I shared with you on the presentation last couple of weeks was a summary of the rubric, but we do have a lot of data points that we look at before we made the decision. Yeah.
Thank you, Antonia.
Councillor Elkins, then Councillor Perry.
I have a question for Chief Casper. Do you have an estimate of how many cases have been affected by lost data at where you didn't have the evidence to turn over?
Yeah, it's a good question, but I don't have that. It's common. We just had it happen this week. This is a common occurrence.
Like once a week, and also how long has this been going on that you've periodically and sort of randomly had cases so that you didn't have the evidence for?
We've had significant problems with the system for, as Director Pagan mentioned, maybe 2 to 3 years. We've been having really significant problems where the wireless transfers aren't working, the audio's missing, the video's missing, a kind of a host of problems that we haven't been able to troubleshoot. I really wouldn't feel comfortable guessing on the number of cases because I'm really not sure how many, but it's an ongoing issue that we were talking about weekly. And then honestly, we just kind of stopped talking about it because it was just such a persistent problem that we begged the IT department for help, because we have not been able to resolve it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Perry.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you everybody for filling in some information. I just have a couple questions. And this is based off of some of the things that I read in some of the correspondence that people sent in with their concern. And it reminded me of a quote from Jurassic Park with whether you're so preoccupied whether we should do something or if we could do something, whether we should do it. And I was wondering if Chief Casper can maybe explain to us, and there seems to be still a number of people here, just how important this footage is for you to do your job, what the usage is, whether, people were talking about this dash cam footage just solely being for police oversight. Maybe you could explain a little bit about how you guys utilize this footage.
Thank you for that question. I rarely hear Jurassic Park quotes, so good to bring that back. I can't think of any that are applicable back at you, but so we've had this sort of recording technology for a long time, and I don't know if you're a resident of the community, the most common way that you're going to have contact with a police department is on a motor vehicle stop. It is the most common contact between members of the public and their police department. So this is a way that we are able to capture a lot of those contacts. And we know what world we're living in. Things escalate, people don't believe other people. This is very commonly used footage that we have. It protects everyone involved so that there's an accurate record of the event. Our court administrator, when we first got this technology, used to track, we stopped now because it was clearly effective, but used to track operating under the influence cases and to see what happens to these now that we have recordings. And now we have a much higher rate of success in our impaired operator cases, DWIs, OUIs, whatever any of you may refer to them as. So they're incredibly useful for that. Some folks in here mentioned that there's just kind of a lack of trust. Well, that plays out in court too. It used to be that we would be able to go to court and say what happened, and people just don't believe unless they see. So this has really been a game changer for us. And it's not just in impaired operator stops. It's if we search a car, we want to make sure that what we're pulling out of that car, people say, oh yes, I see the officer pulling it out of the car. We don't want to have any concerns about how evidence got into a car or anything like that. When we have a detainee riding in the back of the car, I think most of you are aware of this, but the cameras face forward, but there's also a camera that faces into the detainee travel area, into the back seat. So we record the ride from the location of the arrest back to the station. When we're talking about lawsuits and people who are saying, well, something happened from the stop to back at the station, these have just been absolutely invaluable to protect us also to protect members of the public. It is an accurate representation of what happened on all these different events. And we have used them so frequently, I can't even tell you, not just in court. We use them for training purposes, for new officers. We use them to review pursuits or failure to stops, so we know what happened in the stop. We've used them for accidents. When Officer Knowlton was struck by an impaired operator, it was the dash cam video that showed the other car careening across the street that struck him. So any accident that we might be involved with, there's always going to be an issue of fault. And we use these videos to look at those scenes. So I can't tell you enough how valuable they are. We use them for many, many things. So they help us. I know someone said, oh, the police are going to say it's transparency, but it truly is. It's our accountability for what happened on these calls and our transparency when we go to court or deal with complaints from the public. So we say, this is exactly what happened. So they are truly invaluable to our department. And right now they are completely unreliable. And when we go to court and we say, oh, we don't have the recording, it looks fishy. I don't know any other way to say it. How it is. Oh, they lost the recording. We truly have. The audio didn't work. People might accuse us or think that we turned the audio off or whatever. These problems are not, it's not professional to have inconsistency in how we're providing data to the public in these cases. So we don't want that. We want to be able to show what we've done on a consistent basis.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I just have a couple more things. In preparing for this today, I reached out to my sister, who was also a law enforcement officer in Baltimore. And one thing she said to me, while they don't use dash cams, she said that she believes that they are helpful because it provides a point of view that's not tampered with. Which brings me to my question to you, is that who will have access to this data? I'm assuming yourself, but just maybe an assurance for the public of who will have this data and what is done with it. There are no, is my question.
Yes, thank you. So Director Pagan may be able to answer some of the questions, but when we work out the contract, we would be able to put in there who has access to this. And really, you can't change it if or delete it. Like those permissions would only be granted, like being able to delete something would only be granted to, I don't know, maybe just me, or a captain or something, but certainly going in and modifying video or anything like that, those permissions would not be granted to the majority of our department. And those details still would need to be worked out with the director and within our own policies in the department. But certainly we wouldn't have any way that people could go in and like tamper with recordings.
Okay. And then my last question, I know that you said that, data storage is costly. And so I was just wondering what the average amount of time this data is stored on the cloud or the server.
Yeah, and that's actually the retention schedules and how long we hold on to data is one of the things that we're going to be working out with the IT department. Generally speaking, in our current policy, if it has evidentiary value, it's something that we've burned onto a DVD, which is our current system. We're using DVDs. We take those and we have to hold on to them through the court process and then 60 days after that. Other sorts of recordings, I spoke about alarm recordings before. Those are the ones that are activated when an officer turns on their lights. Maybe it's a failure to stop or something else. Those are held on to for 3 years per our contract. But with the cloud and with an ability to hold on to things, we are well aware that civil suits are usually a 7-year window. So we're looking at a retention schedule that might be a little longer for certain types of cases, say an arrest, so that we would always have a record of that if there was any concern about something that happened in it. But that we still need to work those details out, and that would be a discussion with the IT department when we make it to that.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay. Any other counselors with questions? Counselor Elkins and then Counselor Moulton.
This might be a kind of a joint question for Director Pagan and for Chief Jasper. I know it was discussed at the initial presentation, the sort of the question of, and I believe Director Pagan used the word redaction. And I know that raises a specter for some people in terms of what it means, or people might assume what it means in this context. So I wonder, so I think my part of the question is for Chief Jasper, which is, in this context, why would you need to redact video and under what circumstances? And to Director Pagan, what are the capabilities of this of this particular technology, and who would have access to that? Who would be able to deal with that? Well, so maybe it's both of you. So.
Well, I can start off with just generally redacting. So right now, we redact things that we give out, reports. I know the dispatch administrator redacts audio recordings that she makes. We're not permitted to give out information. Medical information comes to mind, sometimes information about juveniles. So say, for instance, we had a motor vehicle stop with an impaired operator. Just before a field sobriety test, we might say to that operator, do you have any medical conditions that might impact your ability to complete this test? If they say, oh, I'm diabetic, or any other thing they want to say, that would be redacted out so it could be released, because we're obligated to maintain the medical privacy protections of those involved. You know, this software does have an ability to blur faces as well. So you can envision something where maybe if we had a motor vehicle stop, there were children involved or something like that, that would be something else that we would be able to blur out.
I'm sorry, and before Director Pagan were to jump in, but to be clear, when you provide this evidence to the district attorney's office or defense attorneys, it is unredacted. Is that correct?
Yes, unredacted to them. And anytime we make redactions and then release a document, we document what the redaction was, just like in a regular public records request. We say we redacted RMV information and we cite the public records exemption.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if Director Pagan has anything to add to that.
I don't have anything to add, except that redaction is seen as something like, you might be messing with the data. In reality, every time that something is redacted, even on a public request, even if, we do a lot of public request responses where emails are like, we might have 300 emails, 500 emails, and some of the data is protected by the public information law, and we have to identify why it's being redacted, and then basically redact the information. As you mentioned before, so the police department has to provide the information completely, the way it was recorded, and then the redacted information has to be explained. And I would say that the most important case is when minors are involved, is where you have to, and redaction right now is a burden for the police department because our current system doesn't have any redaction capabilities. So they have to basically export the data out into an application and then redact in the application in order to do that. That's very time consuming task, and is really a burden right now on their own time. We don't provide those services into the IT, but sometimes one of our IT technicians have to work with the PD staff to be able to do those kind of things, because it's not doable on the system we have. And I'm pretty sure that Chief Jasper will concur with this, that it is right now is a very burden for the staff on the PD department to redact any video. Right now it's not a possibility unless it's exported out and is included into a new application, and then it's done on a minute by minute basically basis. On the new systems, whether it's Motorola Solutions or any other vendor that has the cloud-based solutions, this software is capable of doing the redaction in a more productive way and a more efficient way.
Sort of more Adobe Acrobat or Adobe.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of
that-
using Adobe to redact, it's something that is integrated into the system, and they can pull the video in the same console that they're working and make the redaction. Redaction is might not be a good word, but it basically is editing the software on the way on the video on the way that is protecting, some people that need to be protected. Yeah.
And if I could just an observation, it sounds like that's a lot more hands-on and manual and a lot more opportunity for whoever is to dealing with it
Exactly.
in an external software to manipulate it.
Yeah, to manipulate the data.
To somebody inclined to not sort of trust the process, it certainly seems much more hands-on.
Yeah, it's more hands-on and it's actually more secure because the data is not being moved from one application to another. It's within the same application. It's within the same data repository. It's definitely, transferring data from one application to another. It includes, lack of security just there.
Right. And of course, when it's done manually like that, there's the possibility that mistakes get made and something that should be redacted and a minor's face or social security number gets out there when it shouldn't, just out of mistake, right?
Yeah, there is a lot of opportunity for mistakes, for, including information that is not proper or excluding information that is needed. It's definitely much better when you have an integrated system and you can redact there. We do redactions on a lot of other data, like, when people are applying for a permit, we do redaction on that. We do redaction on a lot of other platforms and opportunities are not law enforcement related. And it's a concept that definitely is part of the workflow of any other agency. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
You are very welcome.
Councilor Maori.
Just another tech inquiry I'm trying to understand. So the software, the company markets the software as being able to help choose how to police and where to police, kind of using AI, kind of choose who to police and how. Can you comment on that? I guess it's predictive policing is what they are saying that this software does.
Well, let me before Chief Jasper gets in there. First of all, and I need to clarify this as clear as possible. When we look at the different solutions out there, including Motorola solutions, we were not looking for facial recognition. We were not looking for license plate recognition. And the quote, and I think that the quote was shared with the city council members, the quote that we have does not include facial recognition. Number one, because Motorola Solutions WatchGuard technology doesn't include facial recognition, and license plate recognition is not included because that will be an add-on to the system. The license plate recognition will be a separate software solution that could be integrated with WatchGuard, but is not part of WatchGuard as a native solution. So we specifically asked them not to include those solutions into the quote. And
I
The
think
IT
Antonio
director
froze.
freeze.
I think Antonio froze.
Yes.
If
Okay.
Motorola Solutions ever offer, I'm sorry, I'm having a little problem with the internet. Okay, now, so if Motorola Solutions in the future offers some of the, facial recognition, okay, now I'm back. I lost the internet for a little bit. Okay, if Motorola Solutions would offer the facial recognition feature, is our decision whether it is included or not. At this point, it's not offered, and we are not asking for it. What they do offer is the license plate recognition as an add-on to the system, and we didn't ask for it, so it's not included.
But, right, but.
You want to
but
do a
if you're
follow-up?
collecting-
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't, but if you're collecting video, the possibility of facial recognition is there.
Okay, so yeah, that is a good question, Councilor Mayuri. The data, once it's recorded, and I want to emphasize on what Chief Jasper mentioned before, the fact that the camera is recording data or might be able to record data, you have to understand that the data that is uploaded into the system is the data that is set by an alarm, meaning the officer either put the lights on or there was a crash involved or something. Something has to happen to trigger the recording. And somebody on the public comment mentioned after the fact recording. That is a configurable feature. We can set up, and this is a decision from the PD leadership, whether we want to enable the after the fact recording, which means after 30 seconds or after 50 seconds or after 60 seconds of the event, the recording will continue or not. That is something that will be uploaded into the system. So we are not uploading everything that the camera captures. It's only when the alarm goes on. And that information goes into the system on a way of, once the cruiser gets into the station by wireless technology, it will go into the cloud. And that is how it works. It's no other way to, you cannot go back and say, I want to send this information out after the fact. That doesn't work like that.
Right, I was just confused by that idea on the companies talking about the smart system. That are you opting? Do you know if they are asking you to opt in or opt out of that?
Well, we opt out of license plate recognition. That was the only option that we opt out. They don't have facial recognition on the wash card solution, so we didn't have to opt out because it was not there.
Right.
The other thing that we need to either opt it or out is the after the fact recording, which is
right.
How long the recording will go after the event happens.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little concerned that they don't ask you whether you want to opt in or out of their AI smart system, because they say on the company site that they use it. But thank you very much, Antonio.
Okay.
Councilor Moulton.
Thank you. I want to circle back to two things that were asked or said earlier by councilors. One, Councilor Gore asked initially if we had to award a contract to Motorola, and the answer is no, because we know that there are three vendors that were considered in this evaluation of solutions, and I'm struck by Councilor Jarrett's observation that the calculus that was used to come up with the Motorola recommendation did not include what he described as social responsibility, and I think that's a good term for it. I think that, as has been mentioned tonight, Northampton has established itself as a sanctuary city. It has passed ordinances that limit surveillance technology, and most recently an ordinance that prohibits the facial recognition technology from being used in Northampton. I understand that that's not part of the contract that's being considered, but if we added that social responsibility component to the rubric, I wonder if looking at the three companies that were considered, their track records, their missions, their how they've interacted with government law enforcement agencies would change the recommendation in evaluating which of these is most aligns with the values that we have already established as a community.
Councilor Maori. Do I have to, here, let's see.
It's me.
Okay, oh, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, so I thank you for that, Councilor Moulton and Councilor Garrett. I was, you know what, I actually wrote down or put in my file here, in the agenda, a quote from one of our residents who wrote to us via email that said, because it really impressed on me that idea. It said, our business partners become part of our ecosystem. In partnering with Motorola Services, we are telling the world we trust them and we live in the ramifications of that trust. But also, importantly, the money that we give them will go to developing technology that will ultimately abuse asylum seekers, and I would say other, those are the lawsuits that are being filed against Motorola. So I know this isn't really a referendum on the efficacy of dash cams. I think we have two issues here. And, although the conversation, the community clearly wants to have the conversation about the efficacy of dash cams, and I think we need to have that. But looking at what kind of companies we want to go to business with as a community, I think is very valid here. And I thank you for that, Councilor Moulton.
Councilor Elkins.
So quick question, the three vendors, it was Motorola. Would I be correct to assume that the one of the other ones was Axon?
It was, yeah.
And what was the third one?
Let me verify that, but I
GetTac.
Say again?
Oh,
GetTac.
Yeah, GetTac. Yeah.
GetTac. I mean, the difficulty, of course, with any industry, communications technology industry that really focus on law enforcement is it's going to be very difficult to. And I know this is not going to satisfy many of the people who spoke tonight. But this reality, but that it's going to be very difficult to pass or to consider, to know what to do. I mean, Axon, of course, and I had a very humorous moment where I understood it to be Exxon, which didn't seem better to me. And also I didn't know they had moved into the dash cam business. But Axon, of course, has rebranded itself and was formerly known as Taser. So problematic. I don't, and I'm not familiar with the other company. I mean, I just would point out for me, what I'm really struggling with, because of all the comments, truly the thing I find most persuasive is this social policy, the social implications of who we're going into business with. I am moved by that. I am concerned about that and what message it sends. By the same token, I also think that our community was a leader in having dash cam technology. And I know we heard from a couple of other defense attorneys. I'm friends with them. I respect them. I think a lot of them, we fight the good fight together. That being said, it has been crucial to clients being acquitted. It has been crucial to clients to identifying, and I'm not talking about necessarily specifically in Northampton, I practice all over, but it's been crucial that, and this is key. Every 100% of the police reports I've ever read were by definition, if I'm reading them because of a charge, were inculpatory. 100% of them. That's the whole point. That is not true of dash cam evidence. It's not always consistent. It doesn't always match. And again, I really want to emphasize, I'm not talking specifically about Northampton. I'm not talking specifically about any jurisdiction, but we find differences. We find inconsistencies. I think even Chief Jasper would agree that sometimes an OUI case, like what we see in the field sobriety test is marginal. It's a judgment call. And, and there's a reason why we put it in front of a jury of peers and a fact finder. And the dash cam has been vital. And more than that, before dash cams were available, every time an officer said, swerved over the yellow line, swerved over the white line, every time the stop was, a tail light out or an improperly illuminated license plate or whatever it might be, the only thing was the police report. And 100% of the time, it was inculpatory, and 100% of the time, it described a perfectly legal, constitutional, by-the-book stop. And I will say that I have no idea like what percentage of Northampton stops and dash cam video reveal perfectly legal, constitutional stops. Ideally, 100% of them will and do. But I just can't emphasize enough that this is a vehicle, and I'll candidly say, not so much in this community, but in other communities where I practice, it has been the thing that has allowed me to vindicate my clients' rights. It has been the thing that has allowed me to expose police misconduct. It has been the thing that has meant acquittals. So I can't. I really am just a little astounded to find myself. The other thing is we have it. It's been here since 2007, 2008, and we can't. Whether we fix it now, whether we replace it now, or we do it later, we can't have it and have it not work. So for me, I have to say we either replace it and we fix it, or we get rid of it. And I know we heard from a lot of people who would certainly opt for that. And frankly, if we'd asked 10 years ago, I think many officers would have been in favor of that as well. I mean, adopting this technology has been to mixed reviews on all sides of the aisle. But for me, we need to either fix it or we need to get rid of it. But for me, I literally have clients whose lives were changed by the availability of this evidence. And so I know how I'll be voting when we finally, get to the question. And, I appreciate everybody's concerns, but that's where I stand.
Thank you, Councilor Elkins. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, no, I can really hear that that struggle and it's very real. Your clients that were put in, and this was vital to their lives. I just think whenever we talk about that, we also have to talk about the cost. There's a potential cost, but the cost that we're hearing, if you just even Google it, there's people's lives being, being destroyed by ICE. And this information is being not being used in above board all the time. And there's a systemic problem where historically, people have been profiled and it's been used against communities of color. So I think that it's a duality. I think both things are true. That some people's your individuals' lives of your clients, are improved, but then we just have to always have in our other hand the potential cost and the costs that have already happened.
Councilor Foster.
Director Pagan, I actually have a question for you. Can you explain, because one of the things I'm hearing from people, and I've really learned a lot from this conversation. One of the things I'm hearing is this thought that 5 years is a long time. especially given the concerns around the way Motorola does business. Can you explain why the 5-year contract? I understand it provided better tech support, but could you go in the weeds on that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and the reason we are here is because of the 5-year contract. So if not, we will just go through the normal procurement process. So what is happening is, and this is something that relates to the technology business, the technology field. Actually, I was just having a conversation with Comcast today about a line that we need to run, and they say we will not do it for less than 5-year contract. It's becoming more and more common of having at least 5 years of contract for specifically, as a service products. And the reason is, these companies invest on software or invest on infrastructure, and they are trying to get, customers that are committed to their product. So I'm leaving a little bit out of the specific of, what is the video system here, but more and more software companies, what they are doing is they are investing in cloud-based systems, which are not, they are very expensive. And they want to ensure that their customers are committed to keep the products at least 5 years. And the reason for that is investment on any kind of system. And, we are working with many other companies that provide us with data systems, and their expectation is that we stay with them for a long time. A long-term contract is attractive to them because they can ensure that they will have some kind of a stability on the customer base before they move into something else. We are, we do have a lot of systems that are year by year renewals, but we are finding more and more of our providers to go into 5 years, and it's been, it's been changing. I've been in technology since the 80s actually, and I've never seen this trend before, but it's in the last 5 years, it's been increasingly requests from software companies to engage in long-term contracts. Our benefit is that, number one, we don't have to do, before, and I mentioned this last time, we were thinking about some capital improvement funding in order to get a replacement for our system, because the normal way to do this kind of replacement is purchase the hardware at once, and they get a support for 3 years. That is getting very, very expensive. That is getting really expensive to do. And the good thing about having a long term is we are not investing in hardware. We are not investing on what I would say the back end systems, which are very expensive. And basically we have a 5-year contract that at the end of the 5 years, we can say, okay, we are going to move into a new system, and we don't have to worry about a big investment. We just have to ensure that we get another contract that will be an annual expense. The IT field, it has changed a lot in the last 10 years. And whether it's lease opportunities or long-term subscription-based opportunities that allow, companies and agencies like ours are not really, like a big budget. Our budget is very limited, so we have to be sure that we spend the money on a very wise way. And having a 5-year contract will give us that we are not engaging right now. Let me compare with the system we have right now. So we have a system that every unit, every cruiser costs us almost $3,000 or even more when we add the installation. So every time something fails and the provider cannot fix the problem, we have to replace it. So that means that we have to budget for at least 3 or 4 units replacements every year. That is a lot, that's a lot of money that we don't really have on our budget because we don't expect them to fail. They just fail because something happened to them and the company cannot respond to it. If we do a 5-year contract, at least we know how much money we're going to spend every year. And we know that if something fails, they are going to replace it. So we don't have to think about adding more money to the budget because something failed. It is part of the contract to replace the hardware, to fix any issues, even to send a technician down to the PD department if it's needed. It's already included there. There is no surprise expenses. Right now, we don't know how much money we're going to spend next year on this system, on the current system, if something fails. It depends on how many units stop working. So we can predict that, but we don't have we don't really know exactly how much money we're going to spend. So having a 5-year contract would help us, normalize our expenses and be very predictive about the expenses. And at the same time, after the 5-year contract, if we are not happy with the company, we just a year before we start moving into a different deal, and that that would be basically the way to deal with it. We have other systems, for example, our virtualized environment. We spent a lot of money on that environment 6 years ago, and we went through about the same time, about 8 months of evaluation of different systems before we decided we are going to keep the same system. And it was a very easy process after that evaluation to just move on with the same system for replacing the virtualized environment for the whole city. It's much better when we can predict what is going to happen in the future.
Antonio and Chief Casper, I have a question. So I'm trying to understand, okay, so the recording starts when, a cruiser is heading up Elm Street, and and could it be that, they get a call to go to a certain location? Let's say it's up to Cooley Dickinson Hospital. They turn on the lights, and then the recording starts then. But the thing I'm not wrapping my head around, because I'm trying to wrap my head around a lot here tonight, that it's also recording at the same time. So is it by turning on the lights that it's selecting, well, that's that recording out of the overall recording that's going on throughout the shift or the daily cycle of that vehicle? When it comes back, but what's really just getting recorded up into the cloud is when the lights are on. Because Chief, you also mentioned that there's times where, we're not saving the street footage, so can you delineate between the two of those things?
Yep, no problem. Essentially, the systems that are in the cruisers they're always recording, but they're always overwriting what they're recording. So if an officer went into a shift and nothing of interest happened, it would just keep recording over itself. And
so it's like your DVR on your television that you ask it to record, and eventually, you start pushing out your older recordings.
I will believe you. I don't use a DVR, but I believe you. Yes, it records over itself. So the reason it does that is because the way it's programmed right now is when you turn on the blue lights, for instance, that's what's called a triggering event. That triggers the camera to start making what we would call like a real recording, basically. And it's grabbing footage, but it goes back in time by 2 minutes and then makes a recording from 2 minutes ago and then up to now. So the reason why is if an officer, say, parked on the side of the road and witnesses a crash or a violation, by the time they turn the lights on, it's gone. You wouldn't see it. So it goes back in time to capture what the officer saw prior to the lights turning on. That's a very important piece of evidence. So that creates a video that is, we call in our policy, like an alarm video, like a triggered video that we want to record. And that is what will be transferred wirelessly to the station. It fails frequently, but that's what's supposed to happen is the cruiser pulls up to the station and that video is saved. The other video will just override itself, the stuff that's been sitting in there just from us driving around. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it does. And that also I want to probe into this after the fact or before the fact recording, which is kind of what, so an event gets triggered, but this system allows you to like go a little before the event or a little after the event, because maybe the event was going on before you triggered the system or continued on after the system was triggered. Do I have that right?
Yes, I believe you do. And we can, as Director Pagan mentioned, we can set what those parameters are. Typically, after say a motor vehicle stop, at the conclusion of the stop, as the car drives away, the video ends. But if it's an arrest where we have someone in the car, we're going to want to record that drive from the stop back to the station. It has that detainee recording camera in the back seat. So it kind of depends on the circumstances of the call, if we would want to record after the fact.
Okay. And I guess the important piece here is that so cars wouldn't be riding around Northampton creating footage of people to, that there needs to be an alarm. The blue lights need to go on. There needs to be an alarm event to trigger the system.
Correct. There has to be, there's 3 different ways it can trigger. One is the blue lights are on. The other is the cruiser reaches a particular speed, which is, I believe in our policy, 85 miles an hour. And the other one is if the officer turns it on. So, I mean, if they pulled up to something and their blue lights weren't on, but they were witnessing an event, those are the 3 ways that they can create what we would call an alarm video.
So could you go back after the fact and create an alarm video? I'm just saying, you park your cruiser, you get out of the car, you go get something to eat, you're taking your break, you go back to your car, you're now back at the car, and then an event happens. Is there some recording going on then?
You can't go back and create an alarm video, but there would be the kind of residual hours that haven't been overwritten yet. So you could, and the cars are out, our fleet is out 24 hours a day. They get overwritten pretty quickly. It kind of depends on what's going on in the day, right? How much the car is driving, how much video is being recorded. But they overwrite pretty quickly. So even if I wanted to go into a cruiser that was operated, say, 2 days ago and try to find something in some random video, it's most likely already gone. That's already been overwritten. And it has to be an alarm video that's then transferred wirelessly. So you have a brief ability to go back and look at video prior to it being overwritten, if that's what you're asking. But you can't make that then like an alarm video.
Okay. All right. I'm thinking, yeah, I think that kind of covers my questions. Councilor Perry.
Yes, thank you very much. So this one is for Director Pagan. I know that you said that you've been working for 2 years on this project, so thank you for your hard work. And I'm looking at the rubric you guys had. Just for everyone who's listening, it was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-point scale, which was hardware, system capabilities, reliability, ease of use, evidence management, implementation and training, support and maintenance, and cost. I really like the idea of going back and looking at social responsibility. I think that what everyone said is correct. We are judged by the companies we do business with. My question to you, Director Pagan, is honestly, how long do you think it would take to go back and utilize social responsibility in the rubric to pick a company? I know it's been a long process. Did you have other companies that you kind of phased out to get to the top 3? And just how long in the process, or how much extra work would be needed to use that rubric or that metric?
Yeah, good question. I just want to clarify that when I said 2 years, it was 2 years working with the current company before we even look at other companies. But yeah, answering your question, I think that we could, if it's requested, we could go back and, we have 3 companies. We can develop a rubric for social responsibility based on the request and include that into the into the current rubric. I would not change the information we have because it was developed based on evaluating the proposals and evaluating the demos that we got. But I can add, we can add one more line to the rubric, and then we will need to work with with the police department and the mayor's office to develop some questions and go back to the companies and verify social responsibility on the way that Northampton defines it. So that it's not an open question, but it's a very specific, pointed questions about, how the companies are responsible for their own actions. And I think that if that is the request, we could do that in, I would say, 3-4 weeks.
Thank you. That was my question.
Councilor Foster. Or Councilor Perry, were you finished? Okay.
Okay.
Councilor Foster.
Director Pagan, realistically, or Chief Jasper, I'm sure you both know this. How many companies are there that make dash cams? I'm just trying to think about, if we ask you to go back and expand the rubric to include social responsibility, how much bigger will the pool of companies realistically be?
I have to say that I don't know the answer to that question. I will need to verify it. I know that we reached out to as many companies that were out there, and we got 3 responses, but I don't know exactly whether we will be able to expand that search.
I saw Councilor Maori first faint raising her hand and then raised it. Go ahead, Councilor.
That's my tired wave. Tired raise. I'm just wondering, there's been so many questions and a lot of information that we're taking in. I'm just thinking this might be something we really need to refer to one of our subcommittees to do it, the due diligence, and give us time to absorb this information.
So I'm going to call on myself. Absorbing information is definitely part of a process that I need to go through. But I'm wondering if there seems to be an offer from Director Pagan to go back and rework things a bit. I guess what I'm putting out there is that it seems like we have a few directions we can go in. And also, I just want to acknowledge that there's, we do want to make a decision on this, in a reasonably timely manner, and not put this off for a long time. The idea of referring something that's going to come back different, but it could be a case of where we know that the IT department is going to come up with another proposal, and we could have one of our committees do some outreach around this particular topic that can then be reported back, and that it would be a recognition to folks who are feeling like they want to be to have their voices heard, that could be a way to do that. So we could kind of have them both going at the same time to a point 2 to 3 weeks, from now. So that's a thought I had. Councilors, any other ideas?
No.
Councilor Laberge.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Nash. I have to say that I want to echo Councilor Migliore. I think I'm going to feel comfortable knowing how I'm exactly going to vote on what we're talking about tonight. So I really do feel that I think we need to vote on referring this out to one of the committees. And like Antonio is saying, possibly in 3 weeks or so, I think that information is going to be very, very critical, very critical. As councilors, we are the ones that are dealing with our constituents, not just in our wards, but in the cities that we're hearing from. And I think giving Antonio that time and having it referred to another committee is the right direction to go in.
Councilor Jarrett, and then Councilor Elkins.
Great. First, I just want to thank both Chief Jasper and Director Pagan for your many explanations of how this is used, our city's privacy measures. I understand the need to have a reliable system that's easy to use and to have the expenses be predictable as well. I think my main concern is still moving forward with this particular company at this time, given their history, and that it's not a company that acts in line with our values, and given their track record, I'm not sure we should trust their assurances. So the city of Berkeley, California has a sanctuary contract ordinance that prohibits contracting with companies that collaborate with ICE unless an exception is granted. So I think we should consider holding ourselves to a standard like that. And perhaps there are no other acceptable options, we'll find that the other companies are just as terrible. But I would like to understand all of the options available before I would feel comfortable moving forward. Given doing that research, would very much appreciate, and us being able to have a discussion in the committee sounds good too. Another more specific question was, there isn't just a specific contract yet, but are there sample contracts that sort of outline what they are offering or what the terms are? So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jarrett. Councilor Elkins.
And Director Pagan, is there, in the meantime, is there any sort of estimate or Band-Aid on what, if anything, can be done to nurse the current system through so that case evidence can be reliably provided to people charged and arrested in the meantime?
We've done everything we can. We have done a hardware upgrade, a software upgrade. We have done a wireless upgrade for the network where that system works for uploading files. We have worked with the current vendor to bring technicians here and look at the problematic systems. We have replaced some of the systems. I think that Chief Jasper could concur with me that we have done everything we can to make it more reliable, and that's why we went out to look at other options.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Foster.
So just trying to think about a path forward. Realistically, if we refer to a committee, it would be city services, and that wouldn't meet until the first Monday in March. So that's quite a ways out. Director Pagan, what is, and Chief Jasper, maybe what do you think would be a realistic timeframe? I'm just trying to think about a path forward for council where we can really consider these important issues without also unnecessarily delaying due to meeting schedules. But what's kind of a realistic timeframe, perhaps to add that seventh line to the rubric, and to consider that and to bring this back with the social responsibility piece added in.
If Counselor, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, there's not a lot of companies. I don't know how many, but there aren't many. I think it's been said in here that I think we'll probably run into some similar issues that are being brought up because of the industry. And because, I'm just imagining this, it's for any equipment purchases that we make, we may run into this issue, whether it's ballistic vests or whatever else we need, the leather gear we wear. Yeah, it's tricky in this field. So I'm not sure what it will unearth. And I don't know what the definition of social responsibility is, the rubric for it in this way. Like, I know what I use in my personal life and how I choose to spend my money. I understand obviously the concept of it, but I'm trying to think of what that rubric looks like, of how we're plugging this into it. And I'm sure that'll be a further discussion that the director and the mayor and we can have about kind of what we're looking for and what our expectations are of these companies. I feel comfortable saying that there's not a lot. And I think as soon as we're able to define what we're looking for, it won't take us long to do the digging on that. The director mentioned 3 to 4 weeks. Right, Director, is that you feel comfortable with that as a measurement? So we'd probably be able to get whatever it is we're looking for once we define what that is within that time frame.
If I may add to that, I just want to say that, we need some guidance because, as Chief Jasper mentioned, social responsibility is pretty clear for most of us. But when we are talking about procurement, we need to be very clear about what are the parameters, what Northampton as a city wants to stand for. Are we talking about collaboration with some organizations worldwide? Are we talking about I don't know what is it? What it makes a social responsible company to deal with Northampton? And if we get the guidance within the next 4 to 5 days, I feel comfortable because of the capacity of our team to move forward and get gather that information and evaluate it and present it to you as part of the rubric, obviously, in addition to what we have already. And I'd be comfortable to meet with one of the subcommittees and discuss exactly every single point of our data rubric, including those points that have been defined. But social responsibility, and as I mentioned before, I pride myself for being an advocate for the underrepresented and different populations, including immigration population. As a matter of fact, when I came to Massachusetts, I was treated as an immigrant. I was asked for green cards. I was asked for, proof of citizenship, even though I was a citizen from birth. But, I understand the concept. I understand, what are the things that are in place here, but how we ask those questions to companies is important. It's not just, are you responsible or not? We need to ask some tough questions about how they deal with different situations. And, the definition of that, I think that should come either from the mayor's office or from the city council And not from me, definitely. I have a team from Chief also. So we need some guidance on that. That's what
Councilor
I mean.
Elkins. I see your hand raised. Councilor Elkins.
So I have to say, I mean, this strikes me as an incredibly daunting task that we're giving ourselves, which is not to say it's not laudable and not something that I also aspire to. I don't, if it can ever be solved, I don't know how we solve it in the time frame that we have, certainly for this contract order. I guess other thing too is like, so once we decide that, if we decide that Motorola, we can't go with this contract, do we go through and we find every piece of Motorola equipment in our city and replace it? Do we buy our gas from Exxon? And I understand, I'm completely, absolutely I campaigned, I ran on the idea that we need to, our decisions need to be shot through with decisions about equity and justice and the environment and every issue. But I got to say, I really worry about how we just immobilize, we just become incapacitated in our decision making, unless in the timeframes that we have to get the things done that we need to get done with this. So I mean, I'll say again, the most persuasive thing that I've heard is the real concerns about Motorola. We're not going to be happy with what we find with other options in this. And then when you start expanding it out with pretty much every other city service, it's going to be very, very difficult. So I don't know. I don't know what my answer to that is, but. And I'm really glad to be a part of a group of people grappling with that, but whew.
Well, I'm going to call on myself real quick. Director Pagan was describing containers on a ship. That's where this information is. And that kind of triggered in my head this idea of ideally that this information would be in like safe deposit boxes at a bank, that where you got the key, you go in and you control what goes in and out of there. And that with the safe deposit box, at East Hampton Savings Bank or Florence Bank or whatever, all of our great banks, that if you go in there, you have this sense of like, yep, that's where my important, valuable stuff is. And I think that the thing we're running into is how this particular company and maybe the others as well don't have that same sense of security in holding what's valuable to us that our local banks do, and that but at the same time we really value what it is, that this data is, it's super important and we really need to take care with it. So and to be depending on large corporations, that's kind of the world we're in. Yeah. As Councilor Elkins was pointing out, this is, I had these conversations via email with folks, with you, in terms of getting out. It's all on Google, this massive, many billion-dollar corporation. So, so we may be creating a rubric that may not pan out, but I actually think it would be worth doing either way. If we end up with 3 not so great choices, we at least know the choices from that perspective. So I'd be interested in the IT department adding that component to the rubric.
Councilor, if I may, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chief. Chief, go ahead.
I was just going to ask what rubric? So like that, we can get it done, but we don't know what it is, right? So we're saying, yes, we'll get it done, but we have no idea what the council is looking for. We understand the general concept. This is a very deep conversation that, as other counselors have mentioned, probably could go on for a year, talking about what the best policy is for a city and purchasing and all that. And it would be incredibly disruptive, as counselors have said, to other existing services that we already have, and products and contracts and everything else. So I want to make sure it's clear for us, for Director Pagan and myself, what is it that you want from us to provide to you so that you feel comfortable with this decision, or if you need to change course. I don't know what you want.
Counselor Foster.
If I may take a brief stab, what I've heard expressed the most is concerns about Motorola's interactions or potential for data breaches and interactions with ICE. That those seem to be what, and Chief Casper, you and I talked about this the other day, and you also wanted to assure that data wouldn't end up there. But it seems like we might be able to come up with, or between the mayor's office and you and maybe a counselor, come up with a handful of the top concerns. But it seems to me that there are concerns that Motorola may not protect the data in the way that they have said they would, and that feels to be a top concern that I've heard expressed. And I actually am quite persuaded by the arguments that, as it stands now, that the existence of the dash cam can provide evidence that can be useful in court, especially in defense cases. So I don't want to unnecessarily slow down the process, but it seems as though there's a handful of points that have raised the most alarm that we could probably put into that rubric. And as Councilor Jarrett, as you put it, at least then we know. That if we're, and I know we all make those choices in our lives that are so dominated by big corporations. Are we doing the best that we can, or is there a company or a potential solution out there that is doing a little bit better?
Councilor Gore.
I definitely want us to talk about the social responsibility part of working with Motorola, but it's like I kind of agree with Councilor Elkins. It's like dash cams or like not having it at all, because I just think that it's like, I just don't believe that dash cams are really that great. And I just think that we need to look into that more and think about if that's actually what we want to proceed with. And I know that's a whole different discussion, but I think there needs to be just some kind of pushback on that about, if we actually really, like, if we're looking into this as something that we really want to keep pursuing like this. If it's going to be a question of so many, which one do we deal with and how do we deal with them, and are they good or are they bad? It's like, well, maybe we shouldn't be pursuing it at all. I don't know.
Councilor Maori.
I'm just trying to think on that, because I did say earlier that I think that's a conversation the community would like to have as well. And I don't know if we refer it out, if we could tease that apart and kind of figure out the direction. I think it's getting late, and I'm concerned that we're not really going to come up with, a plan tonight, and that we really need to just unpack it again, where we refer it, and kind of make the plan then. But maybe you all are more energized than me.
The mayor.
So, I'm hearing a few different things, but I just sort of want to reiterate what I've heard from Director Pagan and Chief Casper that, if you are asking them to do something that we need a clear direction on what that is, and how you would like them to evaluate that.
All right.
Did I see your hand, Councilor Maori?
It's that tired raise again. No, I just was wondering if that's what the subcommittee could hash out. I mean, we're not planning to try to hash that out right now, are we?
Well, I had heard timeframes of 5 or 6 days, so someone said that to be able to sort of meet timelines. Someone mentioned that the mayor's office would work with a counselor to figure out whatever criteria were going to be used. So,
right.
Councilor Moulton.
Yeah, I agree. It needs to go to a subcommittee. It was mentioned city services. I also think we can make an argument for the finance committee handling it as a financial issue. And I would ask Councilor Maori, who's the chair of the finance committee, if that's something that we would like to take on when we meet Tuesday.
I think Councilor Maori's thinking.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, yes, we've established it's not a financial order, but if I'm fine with that, I'd love to hear what my fellow counselors, feel comfortable with, because, yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's a financial issue, but it's not a financial order.
It was on our last agenda as a financial order.
Exactly.
And so that's why I've been holding it in that box.
Right.
Now it's just in a confusing, I don't know where to put it box. All right, so I think the idea of referring it to a committee it seems to be something we should entertain here. I saw a really quick hand go up by Councilor Foster. Go ahead.
Councilor Laberge has had her hand up.
Oh. Councilor Laberge.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Moulton.
Sorry, I missed that, Councilor.
I would really encourage this to go to Finance Committee. And to me, I think that's important. And also, I think that there's a possibility it should be referred out to another committee. I mean, I'm hearing like, 3 to 4 weeks about deciding on a contract. So we could bring this up in finance because I'm concerned about the dollar signs on here and not knowing exactly how we're going to solve what we've been hearing tonight from counselors on language here for our city, of protecting our city and the people living here. And I would like it to go to finance. There's no question about that. And I'd like to hear where else that you would like to send it to. I like the idea of one counselor meeting in the mayor's office with the chief and with the Antonio, either which way. But I really feel it should come back to Finance Committee.
Councilor Foster.
I can unmute. Okay. Given the timelines and schedules and calendar, I'm comfortable with a referral to finance. So I move referral to finance.
Second.
Okay. And okay, a discussion on a referral to finance. Karen.
Not to unnecessarily complicate this thing that we're in, but I do want to clarify, if we're referring to finance, what exactly we're asking the finance committee to do with that.
Part of it.
So I would suggest that the task we're asking finance to do is to seek input on how that decision around that component around social, I don't want to say that, yeah, whatever, to put together that rubric for deciding, you know, what's the best company here. But just putting the parameters together and seeking input from folks to show up and share what they think it should be. That's my thought.
Thank you, Councilor Nash.
Councilor Maori, I'm sorry.
So then, perhaps I could follow up with you about this, President. But so then we would be recommending a rubric, and then it would have to go back to council. That process. And again, perhaps we could follow up on that on the process there if you'd like to think about that. But I just want to do my due diligence as chair.
Exactly.
Well, I'm fine talking that over a little more, but I do think that's the task, is to put together, you know, the parameters for both the mayor, the chief, and the IT director. So is there any other information though that we need to that the counselors would like us to, you know, if there's any lingering questions, or perhaps we've now just focusing on the rubric, but if there are, I'm curious if there's any other angles we need to cover, basically, if there's any dangling threads. But it sounds like, yes, Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call on you. President, you can call on the mayor. Okay.
So along the lines of what you were just asking, Councilor Maori, yes, can you ask, can we know what sort of the expectations are for who you would like to have be at finance, and sort of what preparation would be needed for that meeting?
Councilor Mayor.
I guess I would say, I was going to say that it sounds like a conversation counselors could have, but I guess I need to think about it. You know, I don't know. You're asking if you need, you know, if the staff needs to, yeah. And
so I'm going to help everybody out here.
Yeah.
Councilor Maori, you and I, let's have a discussion tomorrow about making a plan for finance and working with the mayor as to who we'd like to be there to complete this task that we've laid out.
I like it. I'll be hiding in the bathroom for my kids because it's a snow day, so that's perfect.
Okay, great. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to refer to finance for next Tuesday. Any more discussion?
Just for so many people here, can you, what time on Tuesday is the finance committee meeting?
5:30.
5:30, okay.
And just, sorry, I know I need to stop wearing this hat, but remember this has to get on the agenda if it's going to be discussed.
Right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Wait a minute, Councilor Maori, it's 5 o'clock. Our next meeting is at 5, from then on after it's 5:30.
I believe.
No, we talked with you about that.
So we will clarify.
Right, and I thought, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I
5
think,
o'clock. I got, It's because Councilor Laberge and I had a conversation about a meeting she had before, and then we changed it back. That works for you, Councilor Laberge.
Yes.
We haven't set the agenda. Okay, 5 o'clock.
That allows enough time for Disability Commission beforehand.
Yeah, that was the concern. Do we have enough time because disability? But if you're confident that 5 is okay, we'll keep it. We'll go for 5.
Yes, I told you.
So
Wayne
5
and I-
p.m. Tuesday.
Yeah, because Wayne and I worked it out, which we told you about that. So it was fine. You didn't have to change it.
Okay, so counselors, we will talk tomorrow to work out the details on posting this and getting the time straight and all of that. And we have a motion on the floor to refer to finance. Any more discussion? Seeing none. Pam, could you take a roll call on a motion to refer this to the Finance Committee?
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins, Counselor Foster.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Counselor Elkins.
I said yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. I think I muted myself for the purpose of voting.
Okay, so I have a question for the mayor. For the next item on the agenda, it has to do with the Whiting Street Trust Fund. Is there somebody here other than you to speak to this?
Yeah, Finance Director Nardi is also here to speak to us, but I can as well.
Okay.
But he has been waiting around for this particular item.
Yeah, so I'm going to push the counselors real quick to get through this, because then we can get down to, yeah, the counselors okay with that? Counselor Maori.
I would like us to take a break, but I can wait till after that item, if that's the only item, if that allows.
That's what I'd like to do.
Director Nardi to log off.
Okay, so next up on the agenda is 22026, in order to appropriate $45,000 in Whiting Street Trust funds. I'm going to read this because it's good stuff. Whereas Mr. Whiting, a successful Northampton business person, left $25,000 to the city of Northampton in his will of 1875, with instructions that the money be used for the relief and comfort of the worthy poor. Whereas the Whiting Street Fund Committee issues its annual grant application seeking proposals from local organizations with the goal of addressing housing insecurity and homelessness. Whereas the Whiting Street Fund Committee received and reviewed the applications and has made its recommendations to the mayor. Ordered that $45,000 be appropriated from the interest in the Whiting Street Trust Fund to the following organizations. $15,000 to MANA to support the operations of the community center. The community center provides a place for the unhoused to find shelter out of the weather, to access showers, laundry, a couch to rest on, clothes in a closet, and electrical outlets to charge devices. The center provides a welcoming and safe indoor space for people to call their own for a time and to access harm reduction tools and connect to housing services within and beyond MANA's walls. The community center addresses the gaps in essential human services offered to the unhoused population and further strengthens the collective fabric of services which benefit the most vulnerable members of our community. These funds will help MANA to continue the community center operations, making a real difference in the lives of unhoused, and $30,000 to Friends of Hampshire County Homeless Individuals, Inc., to support the collaboration project to create housing for houseless individuals with disabilities. This group of collaborators intends to purchase 5 Franklin Street to create housing that provides wraparound services to support the clients in stabilizing their lives while becoming and remaining housed. Services will include social caseworkers, regular visits by health personnel, and provision of supplies, food, and furnishings as needed. These funds will be used to increase housing and other resources within the city to help bring an end to houselessness. Okay. That is on the floor. Is there any discussion, or is there any interest in going right to a motion to approve this? Councilor Laberge.
Yes, I'm going to support this 100%. I think it's fantastic about what the Whiting Street Fund Committee is doing for our city and for our people who are homeless. So I am asking that we look at this and take a vote on it and get this moving so we can make it happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I would be very happy to present this. I'm still not used to discussion before something's put on the floor. So
I know.
So thank you so much for that, Councilor Laberge. Yes, so the Whiting Street Fund Committee makes annual recommendations to the mayor for distribution of funds from the Whiting Street Fund using the interest from that fund. And they distribute funds to nonprofit agencies for the purpose of providing direct assistance to low-income Northampton residents. And they make their recommendations annually to one or more nonprofit agencies where they feel the funds would be well used and that apply for these funds. And they, this year sometimes they have different areas in which they're looking to fund. And so this year they were looking towards, addressing houselessness and housing insecurity. And so they have these 2 wonderful applications for projects that, we've talked about the Hampshire County Homeless Individual, Friends of Hampshire County Homeless Individuals project on Franklin Street quite a bit. It's a really remarkable project happening. And this is something that Councilor Foster has worked tirelessly on and can speak to very beautifully. And the community center, what MANA is calling the community center, is, just to give a little bit of background, MANA has been working as we are working towards finding a permanent home for our community resilience hub. They have been working to provide some of the services and sort of get some of that started and make sure that some of those needs are being met as we're looking for that permanent home. So that is what they're terming the community center, is sort of the precursor, sort of what they're working on right now to fill some of that need as we find that place that will be the community resilience hub. So these are 2 really wonderful programs that I think that you will be happy to support, or I hope that you will. And so, as I said, the finance director can also speak to these. She worked with the fund. So if there are any questions or anything that anyone would like to know about them, please feel free and ask.
Councilor Foster.
Not a statement. Thank you, Mayor Shara, for presenting that. And just to say, of course, these are 2 really wonderful organizations that are doing tremendous work in our community. I just wanted to bring up that this has come up, I think last year when the Whiting Street Trust Fund appropriations came up, that it's a holdover from the will of 1875 with the quotes for the relief and comfort of the worthy poor. That's a really challenging phrase to read, but I just wanted to put it in the context that is 1875 language and direct from the will. It's not language that we as a council are putting out in 2022. And these are organizations really worthy of this support.
Councilor Jarrett.
I don't want to cut anyone off, but if no one else is going to speak, I would move to refer this to the consent agenda of our next meeting.
I second that.
Any discussion? I just wanted to say that what's being done with these funds was so worthy of reading the order that I just wanted to take the time to get that in. So, okay, if seeing no further discussion, on the table is to, all right, it was, we had a motion by Councilor Jarrett. Who seconded it? Councilor Labarge?
Yes.
Okay. And, all right, with seeing no further discussion, roll call, please, Pam.
I'm sorry, it was a motion to place on the next meeting's consent agenda?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Gore.
Yes.
Okay, that passes to go to the consent agenda. Okay. 10-minute break, everybody.
Thank you.
Well-deserved break. We'll be back at 10:58.
Thank you.
1.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are in the home stretch here. Next item on the agenda is a ordinance to be referred. It's up for referral. The recommended referral destination is legislative matters. It could go elsewhere, but it needs to go to legislative matters before it comes back to council for approval. So it's item 22024, an ordinance relative to stop signs in the Village Hill neighborhood.
Move to refer.
Oh, that was fast. Who made
to
that?
Legislative matters.
Councilor Maori, was there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second, Councilor Perry. Any discussion? Councilor Jarrett.
I just have a clarification.
Okay.
I was confused by the map. Only one stop sign is indicated as being added, but many are listed in the ordinance. Are these stop signs that already exist and just need to be codified? It doesn't have to be answered now, but by the time we get to legislative matters, I would like to know that.
Could I speak to that briefly, Councilor Nash?
Go for it.
Okay, now you'll have your answer. You won't have to wait. So the one new stop sign is on Village Hill Road heading north toward Higgins Way. So that's the new stop sign that came out of a traffic study the TPW did last year. There's poor sight lines. And through that traffic study, it was realized that when Village Hill was developed, there are kind of all of these different pieces being developed simultaneously, and something that was overlooked was actually ordinances for any of the stop signs that are at Village Hill. So none of the stop signs at Village Hill have ordinances attached to them. So that's why there are so many in the Code of Ordinances. They were all supported by the traffic study. There was one intersection that could have been an all-way stop or a two-way stop, and it's remaining as is. So nothing's changing except for the addition of the stop sign on Village Hill Road traveling north.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay, any more discussion before referral? Okay, seeing none. Clerk Powers, can you take the roll?
Councilor Labarge?
Yes.
Councilor Maori?
Yes.
Councilor Moulton?
Yes.
Councilor Nash?
Yes.
Councilor Perry?
Yes.
Councilor Elkins? Councilor Foster?
Yes.
Councilor Gore?
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett?
Yes.
And Councilor Elkins? I think you're muted.
I think she's muting herself when she thinks.
I need a vote from you, Councilor Elkins. This is a motion to refer.
She's.
I'm sorry, we
What am I
can't hear
seeing
you.
here? Stop.
It looks like she's unmuted, but I don't.
Let me see if I can manually.
Oh, she's muted. There you go.
How's that?
Councilor Elkins?
She's unmuted, but she still can't.
Did your headphones die?
Oh, it's a headphone thing.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I think my AirPods just died is all.
Okay.
So yes.
Not used to council meetings.
Okay.
They usually make a little power down sound.
All right, let's see. All right, that one's done. Now we're on to resolutions. I'm going to ask for help here if people want to read the resolutions. The first resolution is 22.023, a resolution in support of student loan debt cancellation. And these are both in their introductory first readings. So Councilor Maori, you want to take who's the lead sponsor here?
So we're co-sponsors, so I would defer to Councilor Gore if she would like to read the resolution.
Yeah, I can read it.
Okay.
Okay, do I read the title of the resolution or just go into it?
You can, yeah, I would read the title and then go for it.
Okay.
Upon the recommendation of Counselor Jamila Gore and Counselor Rachel Maori, 22.023, a resolution in support of the cancellation of student loan debt. Whereas education is a public good benefiting all of society and a right that should be accessible to all. And whereas college tuition has risen by 103% since 1987, while median household income increased only by 14%. And whereas nationally, 42 million people have federal student loan debt for a total of 1.73 trillion, making student loan debt the second highest source of household debt after housing. And whereas 55% of Massachusetts residents have student loan debt, with the average student loan debt at $33,256 per borrower. And whereas across the country, student loan debt also disproportionately impacts women, who hold 2/3 of all student loan debt. Women take on more debt and then face systemic pay discrimination, resulting in an additional 2 years to pay off student debt compared to men. And whereas these disparities hit Black women even harder, with 57% reporting financial difficulties with paying back student loans. And whereas a 2016 study found that 4 years after entering a bachelor's degree, the average Black graduate had approximately $53,000 in debt, nearly twice the level of the average white graduate. And 20 years after taking out student loans, the average Black borrower still owes 95% of their student loan debt compared to 6% for white borrowers. And whereas eliminating student loan debt represents a moral opportunity for Northampton to support residents, address some racial and gender wage disparities, and provide better overall health outcomes, since carrying debt is associated with negative mental and physical health outcomes such as stress, depression, general health, obesity, and mortality, in addition to negatively impacting the ability of residents to afford to stay and live in Northampton. And whereas student loan debt cuts across all levels of education, affecting borrowers who attend vocational school, technical school, beautician schools, 2-year associate's degree programs, 4-year undergraduate programs, graduate schools, state schools, community college, private colleges, and universities, with 40% of borrowers having not been able to complete their education and achieve a bachelor's degree. And whereas research estimates that canceling student debt would boost the national economy up to $108 billion a year and create 1 million jobs. And whereas the Higher Education Act of 1965 gives the President of the United States the power to cancel all student loan debt by executive order through the compromise and settlement powers of the Department of Education. And now therefore it be resolved that the City Council of Northampton calls for the Biden administration to cancel all student debt by executive order and requests that the federal government enacts a plan to eliminate student debt and begin the transition to education as a public good. Be it further resolved that the administrative assistant to the City Council shall send a copy of this resolution to President Joseph Biden, Governor Charlie Baker, Senators Elizabeth Warren and Edward Markey, Representative Jim McGovern, State Senator Joe Comerford, and State Representative Lindsay Sabadosa.
Thank you, Counselor. Would the sponsors like to speak to this? You have the floor. Counselor Gore,
Yeah.
Counselor Maori.
I'll speak to it first. So I'm personally affected by student loan debt as a Black woman. I'm disproportionately affected by student loan debt. I'm almost 20 years out of college. I still have debt. And like the resolution said, 95% of African Americans, the average Black borrower owes 95% of their student loans 20 years after college, after their education. And another study showed that 1 in 5 people over 50 have student loan debt. And student loan debt makes it impossible for people to have good credit, get loans, get cars, get housing, get advanced degrees. And I think that Biden needs to pass the student loan debt cancellation now. And I think it's urgent, especially since we've been in this pandemic. People haven't been able to pay a lot of their bills. And I think student loan is just a big burden. And it's also a burden on people's mental health as well.
Exactly.
Thank you, Councilor Gore. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, so I want to thank my co-sponsor, Councilor Gore. Thank you for that. And also just quickly, the folks at Zero Debt Massachusetts, Kai Peck, a local high school student who ran the local data analysis for us, Sherilyn Strader, Lydia Wood, and Ian Rodwalt from Western Mass Labor Federation, a coalition of more than 60 unions across Western Mass. They've passed a similar resolution recently. And so is Boston, Somerville, Cambridge, and Chelsea. I just want to, I know it's late, I just want to frame it a little bit. So 44 million Americans, and the stat that really got me was the college tuition rising by 103%, while median income, household income, only by 14. That's really compelling. So the part of KIPEC's data, student debt cancellation would save each graduating class of the 5 colleges, 7,650, $147.6 million in student debt. This is definitely part of the equation when we talk about affordability in Northampton, which we've been talking about so much. It's not just about the rising cost of living and housing. It's also about how much we have, in our bank accounts, in our pockets. And we all, the federal government is not a forgiving debt collector. When people get into trouble, the interest compounds. If you're over 50, it can threaten your Social Security. I have student debt, and I will have it when my oldest starts college.
Yep.
And as we said in the resolution, women hold the majority of debt, and they only make 81% of what men make. Women of color, Black women make 63 cents for every dollar a white man makes. So we're trying to pay that, but it takes at least 2 more years on average for white women to pay this back. And this stat kind of blew my mind. Black medical school graduates are spending more than $10,000 a year on student loan interest alone.
Yep.
And we all know we need more, people of color in the medical field so that patients and clients can have, people they feel, are representing from their community. So that one really kind of stuck with me. And I'm just going to briefly touch on the equity piece because I never really thought about this part too that I read about. Before the Civil Rights Act ended legal segregation in 1964, most of the public colleges and universities were largely tuition free. But the political will to subsidize higher education waned as Black, Latino, and Asian enrollment rates rose. So together with policies such as redlining, this kind of started fostering these more extreme disparities, in which white middle-class families accumulated wealth and had this generational wealth. And Black families were not, were being weighed down in student loan debt and weren't able to kind of continue on the path of upward mobility. So this is a great strategy for helping to close the racial wealth gap, which we said, spiked by 57% between 2000 and 2018. And so the benefits we've talked about: home ownership rates could get boosted, racial wealth gap, increased spending in our local economy. I mean, this is just a great stimulus for our economy, our federal, on the larger level, on our local economy, improve better overall health outcomes, and allow young people to create businesses and further their education, start families, buy homes. At this point, only 32 people have ever been able to be forgiven under the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, right?
That's awesome.
And in fact, student debt is actually discouraging public service because borrowers have to take the highest wage they can find. They can't mess around with public service jobs that can't help them pay back their loan. So that's really sad to me. So I just feel like we're kind of, this is a huge issue, especially for Gen Z. And we're kind of saying on one hand to young people, like, you need to get this, college education to get anywhere. And we're go figure out how to pay for it. I mean, it's, and so I do think the next conversation does need to be about what, how we are going to provide affordable higher education and make it into a public good, which I think it is. But I do think we do need to cancel student loan debt immediately to give a chance to, for people to get an education without getting crushed by the student loan debt. And I'll just drop it there.
All right.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Labarge.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Nash. I want to thank Councilor Gore and Councilor Rachel Muir for this resolution. It's a very important resolution. I have friends who have been struggling, and they're in their late 50s, 60s, still paying their student loans. $400 a month, $400 a month. Some are even higher. And I even hear it from the younger ones too, who are having difficulties even paying their rent for their apartments, and then worrying about someday, how are they going to get a mortgage to buy a home? And I think something needs to be done. I think our president really needs to support this and let everybody be able to live a comfortable life, because you can't. When you got student loans, you're trapped. You're trapped. I mean, we put both of our sons through college. It was a struggle. It was not easy, but we helped them. We helped them so that they would have a good quality of life. Is it happening now? No, it's not. People want an education. They're working, they're renting apartments, and they have 3 other people living with them to help them here in Northampton pay their rents and try to get an education. No matter who you are, you deserve to be able to graduate from college with respect and dignity. And it's really sad to have to hear what the percentage is on this. I find it really discriminatory here that this is happening. But I want to thank the 2 sponsors for moving this forward. And I feel, and I will support this.
Thank you, Councilor Labarge. Councilor Foster.
It's interesting, when I saw the preliminary agenda come out last week, it had the title of the resolution. And it was a little bit of waiting, like, who are the sponsors? And Councilor Gore and Councilor Maori, when the live agenda, or when the agenda was posted with the live link to the resolution, I was like, of course. I just thank you both for bringing this forward and shining a light on this issue. I think it's great. And something that I think about that I'll just share very briefly in my own household with 2 women is that the wage disparity hits us, and we're 2 white women, but 83 cents on the dollar times 2 makes for a wage disparity. My spouse works in public service, just north of 50, and somehow magically her public service student loan was forgiven just a couple months ago, and like the relief, it's unbelievable. But then the idea that it could be through executive order that loans could be forgiven is through all of these statistics. It is a moral issue, and what it does is it leaves people hanging in this balance. And I don't have the stresses of many, but I'm through my own public service loan forgiveness process, and like it was kicked back, and the queue time on the phone is hours, and to get through, knowing that there could be this thing on the other side that could actually forgive it. So, even though there are these mechanisms in place, they're also really out of reach for an awful lot of people that would benefit the most from them. So thank you really for bringing this forward and shining a light on it.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes, I'd also thank you so much, Councilor Maori and Councilor Gore, for bringing this resolution. I almost feel like I need to recuse myself from voting on it. My personal interest in the issue is so deep. I like Karen, I'm a household of two women, and we neither of us came from means, and you know, we put ourselves through school, financed largely through debt, put ourselves through law school, medical school, you know, there is no end in sight, except for what Councilor Foster just said, which is that there is some relief coming for people who are working for in public interest in government. And I'm concerned about how disproportionately that's being meted out, you know, to folks who are working in service jobs. But nonprofit hospitals, Bay State is nonprofit, so qualifies for this. So meanwhile, lots of other people are being left out in the cold. We were made a promise by President Biden. He needs to come through with this. And of course, as your resolution states and the statistics you talked about, overwhelmingly disproportionately affecting people of color, and particularly women, and folks really struggling to pull themselves up. So I absolutely support this resolution. It hits very close to home, and I'm very glad that you brought it forward.
Thank you, Counselor. Anyone else? Counselor Perry?
Yeah, I'm just gonna, you know, echo what a lot of people have said. I think this resolution is important as a person who moved to this area to go to college, and you know, Amherst College was not cheap, and I have a lot of student loans, and contrary to popular belief, being a rapper is not as lucrative as some might frame it. So I know that I will personally do a party once my student loan debt gets erased. You guys are all invited. But if there's no more comment, I would motion to move this forward to the consent agenda.
I'll second that. Counselor Jarrett. Now we're into discussion on the motion.
Right. Point of process, is that something we need to do? That's something we do for financial orders, but I think it just will automatically if we don't refer it anywhere, it would just be on the next agenda, and we would vote.
Right.
Unless we want it to go on the consent agenda rather than in the regular order of resolutions.
I agree with your interpretation.
Yes.
So as the person who seconded the motion to put it on the consent agenda, I will withdraw that.
Okay, so do I now, just for some clarification, would I make a motion to just go to second reading, or it doesn't even need how does it work? Do you need a motion?
I don't think we need a motion.
Okay.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yeah, unless we wanted to refer it to a committee, I think
Right.
that would be the only thing we would need a motion for.
But you still need to approve in first reading, right?
First reading.
Yeah, we don't do approve 2 votes anymore, Pam. So we simply do an introduction, a discussion, and then we move on. So so before we move on, I just want to add that you know, I think it was 1980, I went to UMass Boston for the fall semester, and it was $500. It was under $500. It included, and so that was for, you know, 4 classes, and it included health insurance. And it speaks to what Councilor Maori was saying about how public college used to be much, much more affordable. I remember we had a similar piece of legislation about 4 years ago where I looked up the cost of UMass Amherst back at that time, and you could attend UMass full-time and stay in a dorm, and it was like $2,000 a year. That these are numbers that blow people's minds. It's like, you just imagine you could go to 4 years of UMass and your total debt would be $10,000 maybe. And that was the reality for all of the, for UConn, UMass, the community colleges. I took a semester at Norwalk Community College, and it was like $115. I mean, it was great. That was one of my favorite semesters. So yes, that part of we've created an industry that makes money off of people trying to figure out ways that they can pay for their education, so I strongly support this, and I would love to see the trend where public institutions move back towards being affordable for people. Exactly. And that you can go to college and, like that several of my colleagues have mentioned here, like you're still paying off debt. Oh my God, that's horrible.
It is.
So anyway, I'm going to fully support this next week when we actually vote on it. And I want to thank both the sponsors for bringing this forward. So. All right, are we done with this one? Okay, now we're on to the next one. And all right. Where's the agenda? Come here. Okay, Councilor Foster, you're gonna help me out here. We have item 22027, a resolution to form a select committee to study barriers to service on city boards and commissions. You ready to do a little reading?
I'm ready. I don't have an accent prepared, but Bill Dwight used to do the nice British accents, but I'm ready.
That was great.
Yeah. Whereas the city of Northampton currently has 23 boards and commissions with opportunities for 188 residents to serve. And whereas city leadership recognizes that many residents of Northampton experience structural barriers to participation in civic life, such as lack of financial resources, adequate transportation, adequate technology and internet, and/or lack of childcare. And whereas service on boards and commissions is an opportunity for residents to make a meaningful contribution to the city of Northampton, performing critical advisory and quasi-judicial roles. And whereas promoting structures that facilitate representation on city boards and commissions from residents who have historically been marginalized from participation would lend new, diverse, and important voices to city boards and commissions. And whereas many residents interested in serving on city boards and commissions may need supports, such as mentorship, financial support, technical or technological support, and/or training in order to serve. Now therefore be it ordered that the City Council of Northampton requests that the council president and mayor jointly appoint a select committee to study barriers to service on city boards and committees and opportunities for the city to work with residents to overcome those barriers. This committee shall present findings and recommendations for change to City Council on or before October 20th, 2022 City Council meeting. The committee shall be comprised of 2 current elected officials, 3 resident volunteer members of city boards or commissions, and 2 residents who have never or who are not currently serving on a city board or commission.
Thank you, Councilor. You want to go first and speak to this?
Sure, thanks, Councilor Nash. This is a topic that was on my mind before running for council 2.5 years ago, just looking around and recognizing how much our city would benefit from opportunities for a more diverse population to serve. We know that those who are able to serve on city boards and commissions tend to skew older, whiter, and financially more comfortable. And just before the pandemic, I think it was the February 2020 City Services meeting, we actually made the City Services Committee made an information request to the mayor's office to start to do a little bit of this work, to take a census of city boards and commissions, just so we could look at the data and know actually where we're starting from. And then COVID hit, and the city really pivoted toward dealing with that. But it feels like this is the time to take it back up again. We heard this discussion as we were looking at the Department of Community Care and the critical role an advisory board will take. It was brought up through the Policing Review Commission, just the mechanisms of serving of the time for meetings, the space, having a consistent schedule of free time for meetings, technology, that there are so many different barriers to some of the people whose voices we most needed being able to serve. And there are real barriers. Some of those barriers are ones that we can address, and some are ones that we might need to look at state law or other challenges. This isn't an easy task, but I feel like if we look ahead with intention toward where we're at and where we'd like to be, we can start to at least name it and provide ourselves as a city a roadmap for what supports we can provide to help ensure that everybody who lives here has the opportunity to participate in the way decisions are made in the city, and to really be in the fold. And just a process note, it's introduced, Councilor Nash and I worked together on this. And part of the reason for just having 2 co-sponsors rather than more, there's other councilors who I know are very interested in this, is that it was important to me not to bring to council a completed resolution and an idea that, if 4 sponsors bring something together, it's at that point kind of changing it or molding it or making it maybe more reflective of the people serving on this body can be challenging. So to me, as one of the co-sponsors, Councilor Nash and I talked about this, but I'll let you speak for yourself. But to me, this is the start of a conversation. I think actually the makeup of this committee is one of the most important conversations that we need to have. It seems reasonable to me. One of the real challenges and something to be aware of as we, I certainly hope for colleagues' support here, but I think one of the real challenges is that the voices of the people we most need to hear from can also be the voices that are experiencing all of these barriers to inclusion. So just want to really name that dichotomy. We heard earlier from Clark Bankert, who's working on grant redesigning power structures. They have offered assistance, helped with some of the wording on the resolution. And so there's community support out there, and I think the will, and I hope colleagues that will support really examining what voices we're hearing.
Thank you, Councilor. So yes, I share the intention of this. That, oh, my daughter's calling. Don't do that. I think she's off work, not unlike us. The intention of this is that first of all, I know that several of you are very interested in this, and that one part of the discussion is, well, who should we include and how should we? It's like, you know what? I think everybody wants to have a say in how this resolution gets designed. We've laid it out here, but this resolution in this process, we really wanted to share it with you as colleagues, and really go over this, the language here, and as Councilor Foster pointed out, figuring out the makeup of the body that's going to do this deliberation, this investigation. And I when I was serving on ordinance review, we heard about, we discussed, we touched on this in different ways, and that I think going full on straight at it is the way to do it, and that and I think this is this is a discussion our community really wants to have. So, so there you go. Any other thoughts? Councillor Moulton, then Jarrett, then Perry.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilors Foster and Nash, for bringing this forward. It's a critically important measure that I think can and should have a lasting impact on who participates in municipal government. This was the top issue that the Charter Review Committee grappled with back in 2019. We did not make any recommendations around it, but in our report to the City Council, we identified it as the most critical issue that we felt needed further study. And I agree with Councilor Nash in saying that many of us have probably dealt with it in some fashion over the years, and it's very important now that it be considered head on. And this goes back at least to the 2016 report to Planning and Sustainability Department called Re-Energizing Democracy, that identified a number of the barriers that are listed in this resolution. So I am very, very pleased that the council leadership has identified this as a priority for this year.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jarrett.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for bringing this forward. I've been thinking about this issue for a long time, but back before I was a councilor, I was on the Housing Partnership, and there I proposed a partnership with a nonprofit to give civic participation grants, just for the purpose of enabling people. That didn't come to pass, but it was definitely a seed. And serving on the Northampton Policing Review Commission, I saw how many people resigned, at least partially due to these structural issues. And then I've heard from constituents who don't have the resources to consider serving. So I'm excited to see this come about and hope that we can shift this. In reading it over, my first thought was, oh, maybe there should be one more person who has never served, but also I realized, like, it could be hard for folks to serve because we haven't solved this problem. So that we'll have to see, but there could be that flexibility if you can find the folks. But the great need will be to survey and interview and talk with folks who wouldn't be able to serve, but would have that input. And then I have just one minor nitpicky thing, which is where there's a couple of places where it says such as, and then it also says and or. And I think probably if you're saying such as, you can just say and there. Such as mentorship, financial support, technical or technological support, and training, because it's a list of possible things. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. Always appreciate your edits. Councillor Perry.
Yes. Again, thank you, Councillor Nash, Councillor Foster, for bringing this forward. When I was looking at the agenda, this stood out to me as some of the most important things to talk about tonight, because I know how important representation is. I'm very honored to be serving on the City Council, where we have, for the first time, 2 members of color here. I think that moving forward in Northampton, this is going to be a crucial part of how we get more representation and more viewpoints. But before I became a councilor, was inaugurated, we kind of talked about how even the job that we're doing here is almost like volunteering for the amount of pay that we get and the time and the commitment. And so, just if I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do to help break down some barriers. And I wholeheartedly support this, and I'm team this resolution right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foster.
I did forget to mention that originally the thought was to look at compensation for elected officials, as well as offering the potential for compensation for those who are serving on city boards and commissions. A deeper dive, I just want to put out there that there is, through the city charter, Councilor Moulton would know this quite well, but a mechanism for every 10 years, a review by city charter of compensation for elected officials. And that's another, that's something that needs to be looked at, again, with an equity lens, because the stipend means different things to different people who are serving. And for some people is it rung up, and for other people is a barrier to serving. And so, you know, that process is by city charter and is coming due in the not too distant future. So hence the switch to really focusing on the boards and commissions. And I think it's so important, or what's so important to me is to identify these barriers rather than that there's no statement here of, you know, we want more people should be serving, but it's like, how can we make it possible for those who are interested to be able to serve?
Councilor Maori, then Councilor Labarge.
Yeah, I was thrilled to see this on the agenda, and I know Councilor Foster has been on her mind for a very long time. We've talked about it, and I'm just so glad to take action around it. It's been a source of frustration, and I just wanted to. So I'm so glad we're pursuing this, and the CES grant is amazing and really a huge kind of gift for for our community. And I just want to say, kind of drawing this from some of the public comment earlier, when we were going over the council rules, I mean, we were thinking, we're kind of thinking a little bit about counselors and how they serve. And it would be great to just, even if you could just identify the barriers. I mean, even if you can't solve everything, but just even if we knew what the problems were, that would be great. And so, for example, and why I referred to public comment earlier is, super late night meetings might have worked with independently wealthy, retirees who could had more time with, to recover. But if we really want to attract new demographics, we really need to think about the working condition for counselors as well as anyone serving on boards and commissions. And so part of the thinking in limiting public comment and also some of those second readings and all that was trying to make shorter meetings to attract new demographics. But it would be what's going to be great about this is we'll actually know, we're kind of guessing what the barriers are, and this will really help us nail them down. So I think it's just an ideal time to do this, and I am very grateful.
Councilor Labarge.
Thank you, Councilor Nash. Thank you, councilors, for bringing this forth. We're in dire need of this. Being a councilor myself for quite a while, I know exactly, and what I hear from many, many residents, not just in Ward 6, and all the wards. A lot of people work all day. They have children. They need to find childcare, which is a big expense. It's not cheap today. You work a full-time job, you might as well give that paycheck, weekly paycheck, to childcare. And a lot of people are telling me that's one reason why they will not run for counselor at all. The long hours involved in the evenings is very critical of people who would like to run for city councilor, but have to work. Some are single parents, and it's very, very difficult. And if I can recall, when we have new counselors that came in, have children, the big concern was the hours and having childcare. And it hasn't happened yet. And I think we really need to look at this because it will open the doors to get more people to come in and run for city council. And I think we need to look at the hours also. I think that's critical, especially when you have a family and you're a single parent. And I think we also need to look at what a counselor gets as being a counselor for money compared to other cities of what they get. So I will support this, and I don't know how it's going to work out, but I'm hoping that we can get childcare, because to me, that is critical. In order to get many of these men or women to come out who are single family fathers, single family mothers, and have to work in order to survive. So thank you for bringing this forth. I really appreciate this, and whatever we can do to try to make it happen is very critical.
Thank you, Councilor Labarge.
You're welcome.
Okay. Councilor Foster.
You might have been about to say just what I was going to say. So we have two choices tonight, is that we can just do as we did with the last resolution, and this will appear on the next agenda. If councilors want to be able to take a deeper dive into what exactly the makeup of the committee looks like, we also have the option to refer this to probably city services, but we could refer community resources or city services to, if councilors want to have a larger discussion about that, or, you know, if there are edits that can happen at the next meeting as well.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, I think it's really good as it is. You know, perhaps if there are minor edits, but I don't feel the need personally to refer it to a committee to have that discussion, though I would certainly honor if other folks did.
Councilor Perry, was that it?
I'm just doing hand signals. It's late night. I think what Councilor Jarrett said hits the nail on the head. Is that I'm just reading it now. Everything looks pretty good to me, and I think that one thing I've learned in this new job is that. Sorry. Oh.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Labarge. You're calling me on the phone.
Yes.
Hold on a second.
My computer went off again.
So Marianne, hold on.
I see you. Okay.
Yes. I know. My whole screen is blank. And right now, the computer won't shut off. So that's all right. If we go to vote, at least you can hear me, correct? Yes. Yes. No, I can hear even before I called you. My whole screen is black, so something's going on outside. Okay.
So Councilor Labarge's technical difficulties continue. Her screen has gone blank, and so she wasn't certain as to whether or not she was in the meeting. So hence, that's why she was calling. But her screen is blank, but she can hear us, correct, Councilor Labarge? Give us a nod.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yep,
And see you.
Yes, my whole screen is off.
It's been quite a night.
Yes, it has out here.
Okay, so let's see, where are we now? All right, so any more discussion on this?
Councilor Perry was speaking. I just don't want to.
I'm sorry, Councilor Perry.
I was just going to say that I agree with Councilor Jarrett, and that what I've learned is that sometimes things take a lot longer than need be, and I feel like this is something that's so important. We should move it forward with expediency. So
great. Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in? Okay. If that's the case, then we have finished discussing this. It will be on the agenda for next week. Councilor Labarge seems to have completely gone off, and she's calling me again. All right. Councilor, I'm putting you on speakerphone. You're now with the rest of the council still. Mary Ann, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'll tell you right now, everything is completely blank on it. I cannot hear your voices or anything.
Okay, well, you're on the phone and we're at the point of adjourning, I believe.
Okay.
So would Councilor Labarge, I'll give you the honor of making the motion to adjourn.
Yes, I make a motion to adjourn.
Can we get a second?
Second.
Councilor Moulton has seconded. All right. There's no discussion on adjourning. City Clerk Powers, will you please take the roll?
Councilor Fiore,
Yes.
She said yes.
Yes. Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Did you hear it, Pam? Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
I heard you. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Labarge.
Okay.
Okay, and please tell Pam, thank you for being there for us tonight.
Yes.
She's
thank
hearing you right now. Yes,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much, Pam, and thank you, Mayor,
My
for.
pleasure and my honor to work with you guys. Thank you.
I'm waiting for the
Thank you,
tin
Pam.
cans to hold, you know.
I'm concerned. It's like poltergeist. I think we have to send someone in after her.
Yeah, okay. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. What, Pam?
Thank you, Councilor Nash, for helping.
Pam is about to say something.
I was just going to ask Councilor Nash if you could just hang on for just a second. I just want to update you on a couple of things before
Okay,
you go for the night.
okay, that's great. Okay, everybody,
Good night,
we are
everyone.
adjourned.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, everybody.